I declare the council meeting open at 6 p.m. Good evening, councillors, staff, ladies and gentlemen. This meeting today is being held on Wajjag Noongar Budja, and I would like to acknowledge and pay my respects to elders past, present and future. I thank all past and present members of the community that have supported the city to better understand and value Noongar culture within the city of Wanneroo, and I invite you to bow your head in prayer. Lord, we thank you for blessing our city, our community and our council. Guide us all in our decision-making to act fairly, without fear or favour, and with compassion, integrity, wisdom and honesty. May we show true leadership, be inclusive of all and guide all of the city's people and many families to a prosperous future that all may share. We ask this in your name. Amen. Please note that the audio-visual proceedings of tonight's meeting will be live broadcast online with the exception of matters discussed behind closed doors. The broadcast of the proceedings of the meeting can be accessed live and on demand through the City of Wanneroo YouTube channel. Item 1, attendees are as per the record, and I do know that Councillor Bedworth is on his way. He's not far away. Item 2, apologies and leave of absence. We have Councillor Moore who is on parental leave. And we have new requests for leave of absence. I might move these on block. We have a request from Councillor Bedworth for the 3rd of March 26 to the 31st of March. For Councillor Wright from the 11th of May 26 to the 9th of June 26. For Councillor Rowe from the 29th of June 26 to the 3rd of August 26. And Councillor Berry from the 3rd of August 26 to the 9th of October 2026. Do I have a mover? Deputy Mayor Miles. Do I have a seconder for the leaves of absence? Councillor Hugh Newen. And so we will cast our votes to approve this, councillors. Thank you. Well, Councillor Bedworth has just turned up. Would you like to vote, Councillor Bedworth, on the leave of absences? And that was passed unanimously. We now go to public question and statement time. The following general rules apply to public question and statement time. That is that public questions and statements should only relate to the business of the local government and should not be a personal statement or opinion. Only questions relating to matters affecting local government will be considered at a council meeting, and only questions that relate to the purpose of the meeting will be considered at a special council meeting. Questions may be taken on notice and responded to after the meeting. Questions may not be directed at a specific council member or a city employee. Questions are not to be framed in such a way as to reflect adversely on a particular council member or city employee. First priority will be given to persons who are asking questions relating to items on the current council meeting agenda, and second priority will be given to public statements. Only public statements regarding items on the council agenda under consideration will be heard. Each person seeking to ask questions or make a statement may address the council for a maximum of 3 minutes each. And at the start of public question time, I just want, if you have heard a question that is similar or the same as the question you want to ask, please don't repeat the same question so that we are able to ask lots of different questions and get lots of different information instead of focusing on the same question all the time. Thank you. So we've got a whole heap of public questions that have been related to what's on the agenda. We've got we'll go to the top of what's my list received in writing. We've got a question from R. O'Donnell from Ridgewood about PQ01226, the Tamala Park Waste Facility, official closure dates. Would you like to come and ask that question in person, or would you like me to read out the response if you're here? Okay, so your question is the official closure dates as set in the plan and whether these have been revised since previous versions. The Tamala Park Waste Management Facility is operated and managed by Mindarie Regional Council. As the site operator, the MRC is the appropriate authority to confirm the official closure dates and any revisions to its operating plans. There was a second question as well, any planned transition or replacement strategies for the facility and how these will be funded and implemented. The response by the Director of Assets, questions regarding plans or strategies including funding sources for the facility are best directed to the MRC. And then the third question is how community feedback has been considered in setting these timeframes, and the response is the MRC is the appropriate authority to comment on how community feedback has been considered in its planning. And why the closure timelines have been repeatedly extended and what realistic timeline the Council now anticipates. Closure timelines for the Tamala Park landfill are best directed to the MRC as the site operator. We also have questions from M. Kwok from Ocean Reef. Ms Kwok, are you in the auditorium? Do you want to ask your questions, or are you happy for me to read your questions and the responses? She's not in the auditorium. I'll read the questions out and the responses. Reference Goal 4, a sustainable city that balances the relationship between urban growth and environment, Annual Report 24-25. The aged Tamala Park landfill, run by the Mindarie Regional Council, lies just within the City of Wanneroo boundary and is majorly adversely affected by the environmental outcomes, water and air. For the Clarkson, Catalina, Clarkson and Mindarie suburbs, which all lie well within the usual 1 kilometre exclusion zone to landfills, it seems impossible for the City of Wanneroo to become a fully sustainable city that balances the relationship between urban growth and the environment when Tamala Park landfill operation environmental end product is aquifer contamination, landfill and greenhouse gases exiting the site and entering homes, high ground leachate levels constraining the capacity and effectiveness of the landfill gas collection and management system. So that was her preamble. 1. What advocacy since the WA state election, March 2025, has the City of Wanneroo undertaken with the individual member councils of MRC state elected members Mr Mark Folkard, Ms Sabine Winton, Mr Matthew Swinburne, Ms Hannah Beasley, to get assistance and better outcomes for the landfill close proximity suburbs of Clarkson, Catalina, Clarkson and Mindarie. The City of Wanneroo is objectively aiming for sustainable urban growth in balance with positive environmental outcomes, yet the city is saddled with an aged landfill run by a regional council that has a Department of Environmental Protection notice placed on its operation on the 28th of November 2024. The City's response to this question is the City of Wanneroo is one of 7 local government members of the Mindarie Regional Council, an independent local government entity. The MRC is obligated to undertake the closure of the landfill in accordance with all regulations. The City of Wanneroo's ongoing advocacy work includes advocating to state and federal government to establish a master planned resource recovery precinct for a modern, purpose-built facility focused on recycling, reuse and resource recovery. The RRP will encourage and enable a circular economy, providing opportunity for private investment and innovative solutions to waste by bringing together collection, recovery, processing and value adding. This advocacy work and precinct development is an essential step towards managing waste sustainability for our growing community and enabling the successful closure of the Tamala Park landfill. Her second question was, why does the City of Wanneroo remain a member of the Tamala Park Mindarie Regional Council when it is environmentally so negatively impacted by the issues arising from the landfill site? The City's participation in the Mindarie Regional Council is governed by the Mindarie Regional Council Constitution, originally created in 1997 and now treated as an establishment agreement under the Local Government Act 1995. The Constitution does not include any provisions for a member council to withdraw or for dissolving the MRC. As a result, if any participant wishes to leave the MRC, the Constitution would first need to be amended or terminated, which can only occur with unanimous agreement of all member councils and approved from the Minister. And her question 3, what steps has the City of Wanneroo taken to remove itself from the MRC? The City of Wanneroo has only 2 votes of 12 MRC votes, and controlling votes for the MRC voting outcomes lies with 5 local governments whose electors have no exposure to odour issues or leachate aquifer, leachate groundwater contamination. And the response is refer to question 2, which is the Constitution. Question 4, how can the odour-afflicted City of Wanneroo suburbs obtain a social justice outcome, enabling them to live their lives in the same comparative ease and odour-free comfort as the non-odour affected local government communities of Stirling, Perth, Victoria Park, Vincent and Cambridge? The response from the Director of Assets is the Mindarie Regional Council operates as an independent local government entity responsible for managing waste at the Tamala Park facility. Any odour concerns affecting the City of Wanneroo suburbs fall within the MRC's operational remit. Residents seeking a social justice outcome, such as enjoying the same odour-free amenity experienced in neighbouring and local government, are encouraged to raise issues directly with the MRC, which has the authority to investigate and address operational impacts. The City will continue to advocate on behalf of affected residents, but does not have direct regulatory control over MRC operations. Question 5. Since the landfill is nearing completion and local residents would like completion to be safely achieved to the proper configuration as soon as possible, then what pathways are open to this council to achieve these following objectives? Closure of the aged Tamala Park landfill and restitution of environment to meet the stated Wanneroo objectives of sustainable growth in areas presently afflicted by odour and leachate groundwater and aquifer pollution. The response from the Director of Assets is the Mindarie Regional Council is an independent local government entity responsible for operating and closing the Tamala Park landfill in accordance with the conditions set by the Department of Water and Environmental Regulation. This includes obligations relating to environmental protection, groundwater management, leachate control and odour mitigation during both the operational and closure phases. While the landfill is nearing completion, the City does not have decision-making authority over the timing, method or configuration of the MRC's closure activities. However, the City will continue to work to advocate for safe, compliant and timely closure on behalf of the affected residents and will work with the relevant regulators, including DWER where appropriate. For operational closure and environmental remediation matters, the MRC remains the responsible authority. We now have a question from Carramar and Tapping Residents Association, the NRRP Action Group, on ASO 3022. And is there anyone who wants to ask this question, or are you happy for me to read the question out and read the response? Okay, I'll read the question out and read the response. 1. By voting in favour of ASO 3226, is Council committing the City to the broader long-term development of the Neerabup Resource Recovery Precinct beyond Stage 1? The approved response by Assets. This report relates specifically to Stage 1 of the NRRP only. All future stages of the project will be subject to the appropriate engagement with stakeholders, regulations and approvals at the required time. Question 2. If not, what additional approvals or resolutions would be required before any expansion or additional infrastructure could proceed. This report relates specifically to Stage 1 of the NRRP only. All future stages of the project will be subject to the appropriate engagement with stakeholders, regulations and approvals at the required time. Question 3. Before voting on ASO 3-226, can Council confirm whether independent environmental risks assessments regarding groundwater and the Nangara Mound have been completed, and whether written confirmation has been received from the relevant state authority that the proposed operations pose no material risk to public drinking water sources? The approved response by Assets. As part of the DWER approval, a surface water and leachate management plan has been prepared, and should DWER require further information, the City will undertake those works as requested. Question 4. In relation to agenda item ASO 3-226, Major Trading Undertaking Business Plan, Neerabup Resource Recovery Precinct, can Council confirm the total capital cost of Stage 1 outlined in ASO 3-02-26 and the proportion of that cost to be funded directly by the City of Wanneroo ratepayers, and what contingency model exists if projected waste volumes or revenue forecasts are not achieved? The approved response is subject to completion of final design and approvals. Pre-construction estimates will be prepared which will define the final costs. This will be subject to Council consideration in the long-term financial plan. Question 5. In relation to agenda item ASO 3-02-26, Major Undertaking Business Plan, Neerabup Resource Recovery Precinct, can Council confirm the total capital costs of Stage 1 outlined in ASO 3-02-26 and the proportion of that cost to be funded directly by the City of Wanneroo ratepayers, and what contingency modelling exists if projected waste volumes or revenue forecasts are not achieved? The approved response is subject to the completion of the final design and approvals. Pre-construction estimates will be prepared which will define the final costs. This will be subject to Council consideration in the long-term financial plan. Question 6. The November 2025 Mindarie Regional Council minutes record consideration of a business plan for the Neerabup FOGO facility, with the motion carried 7-5 after a casting vote. Can the City confirm whether this business plan involves reopening the Neerabup facility for large-scale FOGO processing? We request the specific information directly in the response and do not wish to be referred to website links, policies or agenda item numbers. The approved response from the Department of Assets here is the Mindarie Regional Council operates as an independent local government entity responsible for managing waste at MRC's Neerabup facility. Any questions regarding this facility need to be directed to the MRC. Question 7. With Tamala Park approaching closure, is the Neerabup FOGO proposal intended to replace processing capacity currently provided at Tamala? Please provide a direct response and not a referral to external documents. This requires a yes or no answer. The approved response by Assets is the Mindarie Regional Council operates as an independent local government entity responsible for managing waste at MRC's Tamala Park facility. Any questions regarding this facility need to be directed to the MRC. Question 8. What is the proposed maximum annual tonnage for the Neerabup Resource Recovery Precinct FOGO's facility under the business plan referenced in the November 2025 MRC minutes? Please provide the specific tonnage figure and do not refer us to policies, web pages or reports. Just the answer, please. Once again, the approved answer is the Mindarie Regional Council operates as an independent local government entity responsible for managing waste at Neerabup's Neerabup facility. Any questions regarding this facility needs to be directed at the MRC. Question 9. Will the Neerabup facility accept FOGO from councils beyond the 7 MRC member councils or from private operators? Please provide a clear yes or no answer and details if applicable, and do not refer us to policies, web pages or reports. Just the answer, please. The response is the Mindarie Regional Council operates as an independent local government entity responsible for the managing waste at MRC's Neerabup facility. Any questions regarding this facility need to be directed to the MRC. Question 10. The previous composting facility, excuse me. Thank you. Thank you. The previous composting facility at Neerabup was closed due to odour impacts. What specific engineering controls and odour mitigation measures have been incorporated into this proposal to prevent recurrence? Please detail the actual measures rather than referring to general policy statements, reports or websites. And the approved response is the Mindarie Regional Council operates as an independent local government entity responsible for managing waste at MRC's Neerabup facility. Any questions regarding this facility need to be directed to the MRC. Has independent odour dispersion modelling been completed for the proposed Neerabup FOGO facility? If so, what were the results and will the modelling be publicly released prior to any planning approval? The approved response by Assets is the Mindarie Regional Council operates as an independent local government facility and entity is responsible for managing waste at MRC's Neerabup facility. Any questions regarding this facility need to be redirected to the MRC. A lot of this stuff is outside our council's remit. Okay, we don't have that control over that, but I can ask with these questions, and I will repeat the answers to all of them. I can ask that our Director of Assets forward these questions to the MRC, and then the responses we get from the MRC be forwarded to the Carramar and Tapping Residents Association, because they are the organisation that are actually responsible for this. We only have 2 members. We have another 5 councils, or there's 7 councils altogether, another 6 councils. So therefore, they as a group, and they are under confidential agreement not to share stuff. So we need to send this to the CEO of Mindarie Regional Council. I will continue reading these questions out with the response, but I'm sure, Mr Singh, is it okay if you send these questions to the MRC and then the response we get from the MRC, and we ask that it be done urgently, not a long term. We need it within 7 days so that we can send it to the Carramar Tapping Residents Association. And if we don't receive the response within 7 days from sending it, we send the Carramar Residents Association that we haven't been responded to by the MRC, okay? So that you know that we are following this through and trying to close the loop. Mr Singh, are you able to do that?
Yes, Maid, we can send these questions to MRC.
Thank you. And follow the loop, close the loop with the community group. Thank you. So I think I'm up to question 12. What groundwater impact assessment has been completed for this Neerabup proposal given the site's location within the Nangara groundwater system? Please provide the findings directly. Once again, the Mindarie Regional Council operates as an independent local government entity responsible for managing waste at MRC's Neerabup facility. Any questions regarding this facility need to be directed to the MRC. And question 13, which City of Wanneroo councillors currently sit on the Mindarie Regional Council, and how did each of them vote on the November 2025 motion relating to the Neerabup FOGO business plan? Please provide the individual voting record. The approved response by the Director of Assets states the City of Wanneroo's current delegates on the MRC are Councillor Jordan White and Councillor Finn Bedworth. The Mindarie Regional Council operates as an independent local government entity. Therefore, all questions regarding its ordinary council meetings need to be directed to them. But I will ask that question to be directed to them to respond as well. Okay? Do you want to answer those questions now? I'm giving the councillors who are members of the MRC the opportunity, if they want to respond to question 13, how they voted for the FOGO if they feel that they are able to. Thank you. Okay. So, please, I'm offering you respect, please. Councillor Wright, would you like to respond, please?
Thank Thank you, Mayor. At the November 2025 MRC Council meeting, I did not support the Neerabup-Fogo business plan or any of the associated agenda items related to that particular project.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Bedworth, are you prepared to respond to that question?
Thank you, Mayor. I too can confirm I voted alongside my colleague Councillor Wright and I did not support it.
Thank you, councillors. We now go to questions from Mr Kayakob about item PQ04 2226. Mr Kayakob, do you want to ask questions yourself or would you like me to read them out and read the responses? Okay, if you would like to take the podium and just give us your suburb you live in. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, councillors, Mr CEO and staff. My name is Michael Kayakob, 110 Dara Fairway in Tapping. My question is, and I've got a response on page 7 which I don't agree with because there is generally no acceptance within the industry in WA because we've only had 2 precedents, Kwinana and Rockingham, and neither are operational. Are councillors aware that the Kwinana waste-to-energy plant is in the heavy industrial zone, is 2.9 kilometres away from the residents? Rockingham waste-to-energy is also in a heavy industrial zone and is 2.5 kilometres away from residents. But in Neerabup, we have the NRRP proposed waste-to-energy plant in a general industrial zone, only 1.8 kilometres from residents, 960 metres from one rural residence, as your report points out. And the EPA 2000 report 1468 dictates what and how, being the environmental and active state policy 4.1 separation distances work on where. That's the planning and zoning, both being required to satisfy for a waste to energy approval and a social licence. No social licence is granted. Please defer this. Please defer this.
Thank you, Mr Kayakob. And the approved response by assets. In WA, the separation distances between waste to energy and sensitive receptors are assessed on a case-by-case basis. However, 1 kilometre separation is generally accepted by the industry. The EPA Guidance Statement 3 on separation distances clearly states 500 metres to 1,000 metres, although the EPA is generally applying 1 kilometre. Mr Kayakob, your next question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question number 2. Why does the Tallis report ignore active 2022 State Planning Policy 4.1 and Guidance Paper 3, which mandates a 3 to 5 kilometre buffer for power generation in favour of a vague adequate distances from the complementary 2013 EPA Report 1468? Noting that the issued letter from the city was to cover 5 kilometre radius, the city is to incinerate inorganic materials, meaning it is not an incinerator under policy 4.1, but power generation. Power generation. The EPA report of 2013, 1468 dictates how and what the environmental areas. Active state policy 4.1 separation distances work on where. That's the planning and zoning, both being required to be satisfied for a waste to energy approval and a social licence. No social licence is being granted by the community, and I ask you, councillors, please defer this business plan and the consultation that you're about to approve. Thank you very much, councillors.
Thank you, Mr Kayakob. The response to your question. Mr Kayakob, the response to your question is power generation calculation distances attachment 5. The facilities are licensed as a category 60 incinerator. However, regardless of the category, Kwinana and Rockingham have both been fully assessed in relation to off-site impacts and have been approved. The relevant approval authorities will undertake a similar assessment for Neerabup if and when it occurs. We now have a question from Mrs Casey from Merriwa about MN0326 The motion on notice for dogs on leads. Are you here, Mrs Casey? Would you like to read it or not? Yes, I'm here. Do you want to read the question or happy for me to read the question and the answer? Just there. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor. In response to Councillor Berry's motion, I acknowledge that safety concerns about dog attacks are real and that residents perceive these incidents to be increasing. At the same time, policy decisions must be evidence-based. On that point, I have 3 questions for Council. Can Council confirm whether dog attack data distinguishes where attacks occur, specifically whether in unfenced designated off-leash parks versus on-leash areas, fenced dog exercise areas, footpaths or private property?
I have a response to that question. I'll answer each question as we go, if that's okay.
Yes.
The city systems allow reporting by suburb or street, but not by fenced, unfenced footpath.
Thank you. Question 2. Given that the Dog Act allows councils to designate off-leash areas at their discretion, what evidence shows that reducing existing parks better reflects the Act's intent rather than maintaining lawful, well-used spaces?
Our response to this, Ms Casey, is should this motion be successful, the investigation will consider this point.
Question 3. Has Council assessed whether concentrating dogs into fewer off-leash parks and fenced dog exercise areas in particular could increase dog-on-dog conflict, stress-related aggression or the risk of transmissible diseases such as parvovirus?
Thank you. Should this motion be successful, that will be considered as well. Thank you.
I ask these questions to ensure any policy adopted genuinely improves safety outcomes rather than simply responding to perception. Available evidence from multiple jurisdictions consistently shows that most dog attacks occur in private environments or involve dogs that have escaped from their property. Many public incidents occur in on-leash areas. If that pattern holds true locally, then reducing the number of unfenced off-leash parks does not address the primal causal pathway. In relation to the Dog Act, it's important to be precise. The Act establishes on-lead as the default position unless a local government designates otherwise. That is not accidental wording. It expressly grants councils discretion to provide off-leash areas. That discretion is intended to be exercised in response to community need and evidence, not to minimise access as a matter of principle. Western Australia has one of the highest dog ownership rates in the country. 50% of residents have at least one dog. Off-leash parks are not fringe amenities. They are heavily used public infrastructure. Reducing them to only 2 or 3 per suburb would not reduce the number of dogs. It would concentrate them. From a behavioural and risk management perspective, higher density environments increase arousal, competition and conflict potential, as demonstrated in fenced dog exercise areas. If density-related risk is foreseeable, Council should be satisfied that this measure demonstrably reduces overall harm rather than redistributes it. Where discretion is broad, the responsibility to exercise it on evidence is even greater. If verified data shows that designated unfenced off-leash parks are a primary source of rising incidents, then targeted action is warranted. If it does not, then the motion's proposed restrictions risk responding symbolically to perception rather than strategically to cause. Safety deserves strategy, not assumption. Before redesigning our distributed off-leash network, I ask Council to clearly demonstrate that this measure will reduce the primary drivers of dog attacks, not simply relocate them. Public perception deserves respect, but public policy must be guided by evidence. In response to Councillor Berry's motion, I acknowledge that safety concerns about dog attacks are real and that residents perceive... I'm sorry, I'm repeating myself. Yes, to close, public perception deserves respect, but public policy must be guided by evidence.
Thank you, Ms Casey, for that. I appreciate your deputation. So the next question is by Ms Klonowski, and it's about PQ 060226. Is T Klonowski from Caramar in the auditorium? Do you want to come and ask a question, or do you want me to read it? Okay, thank you. So it's about the Neerabup Resource Recovery Precinct. What was the honest reason for the live stream being shut down at the Council's AGM? Who asked for the live stream to be shut down and who authorised it? Response from the General Council is the live stream for the annual general meeting of electors was ceased following a request from Councillor Miles under Part 3, recording and live broadcast of an electors meeting of the procedure for annual electors general meeting as displayed in the agenda. The presiding member agreed that under Part 3 the live stream should be stopped. We now go to PQ 07226 from Mr Hussain from Yanship about MN 030226. Would M Hussain like to come down and ask their question, or would they like me to read it on their behalf? They in the auditorium? No. Okay, so I'll read the questions. There's a statement. Western Australia Dog Act 1976. This is about MN 030226, Councillor Berry, Dogs on Leads. I'm writing in response to the Facebook post inviting comments into the Council's update on the Dog Act. I'm a lady, 60 years of age, with mobility issues. I require a walking stick to stabilise myself. This makes me vulnerable to sudden movements by other path users, including dogs, e-scooters and e-bikes. Whilst the e-ridables are under control by a human, very often dogs are not. Even under leash, they can lunge at me or bark unexpectedly. This can be frightening and requires me to make a change in direction, which results in pain and a risk of a fall. On occasion, I have also needed to move off the pavement and walk on the road, having to navigate any dangers such as a curb and passing vehicles. Whilst I'm happy to share the pavements with all other people in the community and their under-control dogs, I'm not happy that dogs are allowed to roam freely in public areas. In fact, about 18 months ago, I was standing near the top of the steps at Yanship South Beach entrance and two large dogs with no leash ran up from the beach and rushed at me barking. One of them jumped on my shoulders and pushed me over. I was uninjured but very shaken up and reported it to the rangers. This experience has made me very nervous and reluctant to go on or near the beach, even though dogs should not be on it at all. Dogs are banned on this beach, but that doesn't seem to stop numerous dogs being there every day. The rangers do not ever seem to patrol the beaches for clients' checks. My request is that the Dog Act is amended to require all dogs be on a leash unless in a designated dog exercise area. We now go to T Gunning from Carramar, and they have a question on PQ 090226. Would T Gunning like to take the podium and read their question, or would they be happy for me to read it? Thank you, Mr Gunning, if you would like to read your question.
Councillors and Mayor, CEO, thank you for the opportunity to raise this question. My name is Trevor Howard Gunning. I have lived in Carramar for 37 years. I'm here to request a deferral on the NRRP. I have done exclusive reading about what's suggested that's going to go ahead, and quite frankly, I'm shocked. I'm very concerned. However, my question is about the deputation. My deputation today relates to governance and transparency surrounding the Neerabup Resource Recovery Precinct. The City of Wanneroo and the Mindarie Regional Council both operate or propose to operate waste processing facilities within the Neerabup area. Because these facilities share a location and similar functions, decisions made by either body may overlap in areas such as strategy, procurement, contracting, and long-term planning. I want to be clear that I'm not alleging wrongdoing. My concern is about ensuring the governance framework is strong enough to manage potential role-based conflicts. Councillors appointed to the Mindarie Regional Council have obligations to act in the best interests of the region. At the same time, they participate in city decisions relating to the Neerabup Resource Recovery Precinct. When these responsibilities intersect, impartiality interests can arise. For example, if the NRRP and the MRC pursue similar technologies, contractors or waste streams, councillors with dual roles may be placed in a position where they are effectively both sides of a decision. This is not a criticism, it is simply a governance reality that requires transparent management. I am asking the Council to take several steps to strengthen public confidence. Clearly outline how dual-role conflicts will be identified and managed. Record all impartiality interest declarations relating to the NRRP in the public meetings. Ensure councillors with dual roles recuse themselves, in other words, they don't have a conflict of interest, themselves from procurement or partnership decisions where overlap exists. Provide clarity on how confidential information obtained through MRC is kept separate from city deliberations. And finally, publish an assessment of how the NRRP aligns with the MRC's long-term regional strategy. I digress for a moment, and last time I was here, I took home a document, and I've read it from front to back, similarly to the documents I have on the ground down there. So I draw your attention to page 100 of 2024-25 annual report, where it says, and I'm reading a portion of this, which includes residents, this is responsibilities, residents, businesses, workers and visitors. It also defines the responsibilities of council members, the council, the chief executive officer and staff. Now, this is where Pandora's box opens up. So you poke the bear. It's come to light, there is a councillor here that has I'm not going to name them, but that person will know, has a business called Biomass Power, and he is touting his wares around the suburbs, expressing that he has executive business development. I'm concerned about that, because if this sort of activity is going on within the council, it brings the whole business of this city of Wanneroo into question. Now,
thank you. Can I just say, in the standing orders for deputations, it states that nothing should be directed at a councillor or disparaging, and he didn't name him, but
Draw to my attention where I've done that.
I'm warning you that we need to be very careful about this, okay?
Okay.
Now, have you finished your deputation,
Not quite,
sir?
no. Have
you finished your deputation, sir?
No.
Well, you've had 4 minutes and 15 seconds, and deputations are allowed for 3 minutes.
Is that unlike my previous speaker who was talking about the dogs?
The dogs, you've already had an extra minute and 15 seconds like the previous speaker had. No, it can't be transferred. You can come up and speak yourself if you want to in public question time, but it can't be transferred.
Well, the eye-watering concerns that I really have is that some of the questions that you've just responded to with a very clever bureaucratic manner is to suggest that, we have a limited voting on the MRC, we will have to defer it back to them. Why is it that we've paid $1.3 million in GST for the Catalina Council? Why has Talus Consulting paid $504,000?
Excuse me. I'm sorry, please sit down, Mr Gunning, because it's not related to an item on the agenda. Please sit down, Mr Gunning. Please sit down now, Mr Gunning. Please sit down, Mr Gunning. Please sit down, Mr Gunning. Now, can someone remove Mr Gunning from the room if he will not sit down? Thank you for sitting down, Mr Gunning. We now have a question. Please be quiet. Please be quiet. Please be quiet or leave the council chamber. Leave the council. The council meeting is closed until that man leaves the council chamber.
Point of order, Mayor.
Thank you.
4.17, preservation of order.
This is under 4.17 of preservation of order. The council meeting is now closed until you leave the meeting. Thank you, sir. Sir, leave the room now. Leave the room immediately. Leave the room now. Can we get the Rangers, please, to take him from the room? Please remove him from the room. Thank you. If anyone else wants to speak out of turn, please, you have the same opportunity to be quiet and allow everyone to speak appropriately or to leave the room. Now, we now go to PQ 100226. Ms Anna Wetherill from Tapping. She's got a question here. Would you like to come and ask the question, or would you like me to read it out? Is Ms Wetherill in the room? Okay, so I'll read the question out. That's about the Wanneroo Town Centre Advisory Group. Community representatives were formally notified on the 3rd of February 2026 of their successful appointment to the Wanneroo Town Centre Advisory Group, with the first meeting scheduled for the 5th of March. Can Council confirm, were all councillors formally notified of the selected community members? And the approved response from the Director of Community Place says, the newly appointed Wanneroo Town Centre Advisory Group members were formally notified by group email on the 3rd of February. This included council members. The question too is, did councillors have any oversight of or involvement in the assessment and selection of the applications? And given those appointments have already been made, what justification exists for dissolving the group before it has even met? The approved response from the Director of Community Place states, no, this is an operational process and was completed by administration. Question 3. And given those appointments have already been made, what justification exists for dissolving the group before it has even met? The approved response from the Director of Community and Place is the motion of notice justification states the next phase focused on the planning and delivery of the new town centre precinct plan. There are already multiple established planning and revitalisation processes in place, integrating traffic planning and community representation directly into these existing planning frameworks will help avoid siloed working groups and support a more holistic and coordinated approach. Question 4. The terms of reference state that no existing group has a primary mandate to provide strategic place-based leadership and integrated oversight of planning and revitalisation within the Wanneroo Town Centre. If the advisory group is dissolved, what alternative structure will provide that integrated oversight and ensure coordinated activation and revitalisation of the town centre moving forward? The response from the Director of Community and Place states this function will continue to be delivered by administration, strategic land use planning and development environment team focus on planning and strategies that incorporate place responsive strategies as required. The place management team provide and advocate for place-based strategic oversight over key areas in the city, of which the Wanneroo Town Centre is one. The well-established town team, Hello Wanneroo, which we note includes some of the same community members that were also appointed to the Wanneroo Town Centre Advisory Group, continues to provide coordinated activation and revitalisation of the Wanneroo Town Centre. And question 5, the advisory group is advisory only and has no delegated authority to expend funds or implement decisions without council approval. Can council confirm whether participation in Wanneroo Town Centre Advisory Group attracts any additional meeting fees, allowances or remuneration for councillors beyond their standard elected member payments? If not, what financial or governance concern is being relied upon to justify disbanding the group? The approved response, Director and Community in Place, there are no fees, allowances or reimbursement payable. Administration is not aware of financial or governance concerns. Question 6. The Wanneroo Town Centre Advisory Group's term of reference state its purpose is to provide strategic oversight and leadership in the revitalisation of the Wanneroo Town Centre, including community engagement, activation, economic development and urban design. The city currently maintains multiple other advisory and working groups with the active community membership, including the Business and Tourism Advisory Group, Environmental Advisory Group, Multicultural Advisory Group and others. Can council explain why the Wanneroo Town Centre Advisory Group is no longer considered necessary while these other advisory groups continue to operate? The rationale outlined in the motion on notice response to question 3 explains the basis considering the disbanding of the Wanneroo Town Centre Advisory Group. And question 7, what criteria are being applied to determine which advisory groups remain and which are dissolved? The approved response from the Director of Community in Place states, in reviewing all committees and advisory groups, Council applies principles that ensure these mechanisms remain fit for purpose, aligned with strategic priorities and provide clear value for both the community and the organisation. Additional considerations include whether the purpose of the group remains current, whether its objectives can be effectively achieved through existing mechanisms such as the Hello Wanneroo Town Team and the need to avoid duplication of effort. Question 8. The terms of reference outline responsibilities including the town centre revitalisation, activation, safety, inclusion and coordinated place-based leadership. If this advisory group is dissolved, which existing group will assume responsibility for providing integrated place-based strategic oversight of the Wanneroo Town Centre specifically? And the answer is referred back to the answer replied in question 4. Question 9. At the council briefing on the 10th of February 2026, there are a number of residents who did not gain entry into the council offices as the doors were locked. There was also a number of residents who were unsure of where to go as the signage to upstairs council chambers at the bottom of the stairs states no unauthorised person beyond this point, or words to that effect. Could we arrange to have the doors open and not opened by a security guard to the public on council meeting dates, which would be much more welcoming to ratepayers and residents and ensure there's appropriate signage to where council meeting has taken place? So the response to that question is advice from Manager Corporate Governance and Council Services. Signage can be improved. However, for safety reasons, the door cannot be left unlocked without security. And question 10, please advise why this was not brought to the briefing session for discussion on the 10th of February. What is the urgency? Committee members were sent an email on the 3rd of February advising them they had been selected, and then another email on the 20th of February advising this committee had already been disbanded when it hasn't been brought to council vote yet. The approved response for this, a motion on notice, is being presented to the ordinary council meeting and not agenda briefing. As a matter of courtesy, an email was sent to committee members on the 19th of February to advise of the upcoming motion on notice, date of council meeting and public question process. It does not say that the group had already been disbanded. We now go to a question from V. Catone Santoro from Mariginiup, and that's about PQ110226. Would Mr. or Mrs. Catone Santoro like to ask a question, or are they happy for me to ask it and read the response? They're not in the chamber. I'll read the question. It's about the pipeline and development in Mariginiup, Coogee Road. Why am I expected to pay the Water Corp $60,000 for water when everyone else in front and the side and back of me have hooked up for free? The response from the Director of Assets was taken on notice. Also, what exactly are you doing with the enclave you've designed on parts of a small section of Mariginiup? That response has been taken on notice. And question 3, all 3 are taken on notice. Also, you overcharge developers on developments, and I've asked every year since made public knowledge, where is the money, only to be told, I don't know. Okay, so that is taken on notice as well. So we will get back to Mr. or Mrs. Catone Santoro about that. We've got a question here from I. Martin from Carramar about PQ120226. Would you like to ask questions yourself? Thank you. Push the button, the grey button in front of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So my name is Ingrid Martin. I am living in Carramar. And I have actually 2 questions, but I will have another question to have time, if that's possible. Have the City of Wanneroo provided a detailed master plan and an environmental and health impact report to the Department of Indigenous Affairs for the development known as the Nearbup Resource Recovery Precinct, together with an impact and risk report with regard to the potential poisoning of the land, water and air due to toxic emissions from the project? The land is covered by native title.
Thank you. The response I received from the Director of Assets is all requisite documentation has been prepared for the necessary approvals. Due diligence identified no Aboriginal heritage listed at this location. As part of the DWER approval, a surface water and leachate management plan has been prepared, and should DWER require further information, the City will undertake those works as requested. You now have a statement you want to read?
Yep, no, the question was actually, have the City of Wanneroo provided the details to the Department of the Aboriginal Indigenous Affairs Department, not to DWA, and not look up, because when I read the Tallis report, it appears they just looked up online about the heritage.
Okay, Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. As provided in the response, the due diligence didn't indicate Aboriginal heritage site at this particular location, so there was no need to send those documents to the department.
Okay.
Thank you. You have a statement that you wish to read?
No, the second question.
Yep.
The project needs a social licence to progress the business plan. A social licence refers to the level of acceptance or approval by the local community and stakeholders of the project beyond formal regulatory approval. It is generally inferred, I'm nervous, from active community support, engagement, and minimal opposition rather than a legal permit. The officers are attempting to manufacture this through 2 poorly attended information drop-in evenings and some questions on the website. The community are here tonight to show the City of Wanneroo that the Nearabop Resource Recovery Precinct business plan does not have a social licence. We are here to tell you clearly you don't have a social licence for this project, and we ask you to defer the vote. I repeat, you don't have a social licence, and we ask you to defer the vote. I ask the elected members, do they understand that they should not approve any further process on this project without a social licence? Please defer the vote. In summary, can the elected members voting here tonight please defer the vote and ensure that they are complying with the Integrated Planning and Reporting Advisory Standard of 2016, 5.5 of the Local Government Act. In summary, the Nearabop Resource Precinct planning and operations may be at risk of operating outside the intended framework on the Strategic Community Plan. It is essential to ensure that the City's actions are legally compliant, community informed, and strategically aligned. Please take time to review by deferring this vote tonight. And is there a response to that? Or?
I think we're taking it kind of as a statement. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. And then the third question was referring to the question regarding the AGM and the non-streaming of the AGM. I have reviewed the policy and procedure, and what I find is that policy always overrules procedure. So why did one councillor ask for that to be shut off when his experience should have shown more? And why did the mayor and the CEO not wait till the governments came back with the answer? Thank you.
Ms. Coles.
Thank you for the question. We have identified that there is a discrepancy between the policy and the procedure listed in the front of the AGM agenda. So we've now corrected that within the internal procedures so that moving forward next year, the AGM will be live streamed.
Thank you. I've got Kay Gordon here with a question on PQ 130226.
Yeah, that's me. Hi, my name's Karen Gordon. I live in Tappin and I'm here this evening to request a deferral. My question is the perceived urgency of the items 4.4 and 4.5 NRRP. You, the councillors, are being urged to decide tonight on the premise that there is a great urgency because Tamala Park is closing, but the projected closure is not until 2028-2029. Do you recall approving the funds to commission a waste transfer station at Wangara as part of the NRRP master plan? Are you aware it is currently in construction and due for completion next month? If Wangara Waste Transfer Station is only for the City of Wanneroo waste as stated by 2 members of the Chamber across this floor at a previous council meeting, then why is this so urgent? There will be sufficient capacity for City of Wanneroo's waste at Wangara. I ask you to defer items 4.4 and 4.5. Previously, when asked, a City of Wanneroo officer advised Nearabop Waste Transfer Station would take between 18 months and 2 years to build. However, are you aware that Wangara has taken only 14 months to build? So why the urgency? Please defer. Mandari Regional Council are expecting to reopen their Fogo food organic and garden organic waste facility in Neerabup soon. It will be for 7 member councils: City of Perth, East Victoria Park, Nedlands, Town of Vincent, Joondalup, Stirling and City of Wanneroo. Mindarie Regional Council are also continuing to operate a community recycling facility for another 2 to 3 years. So again, why the urgency? Therefore, if the community and the councillors are being misinformed in relation to other suitable options, then this is a matter for the CEO. Please listen to and respect your community's concerns and defer 4.4 and 4.5 NRRP. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Gordon. Mr or Mrs M Ferry have a question. They're from Carramar on PQ 140226. Would you like to come and ask your question? Are you coming to... Oh, I thought those people coming down to read out... They were up the back and I thought they were coming down to read out the question. Okay, then we go to Anna Weatherall, who's not here, but I've already asked to... Are you here, Anna Weatherall? About PQ 100226, but anyway, I think I've done... So we have a lot of people who've got a lot of questions to ask or statements they want to make. If you've already asked a question, made a statement that has been written, you've already probably had your 3 minutes. So I'm going to go through and give people who haven't had the opportunity to ask a question if they want to. So Murray Ballantyne, would you like to ask a question on ASO 30226? Okay. Karen Richter, on ASO 20226 or ASO 30226. Come and take the podium and just give us the suburb you live in, Karen. Thank you.
Point of order, Mayor, just before the resident starts their deputation. I just want to bring your attention to Regulation 6 of the regulations, which allows up to 15 minutes for public statement time. I'm just wondering, because I'm sure residents want to see the vote and actually want to be involved in that process. Can you give some certainty around the timing that you will be remaining the allocation of public question and statement time, just so we've got some clarity around how long to be able to vote on?
Not at this point in time. I have all these pages of questions and I think everyone deserves the opportunity to ask a question and to be heard, but remembering it's only 3 minutes and I've asked them not to repeat the same questions, okay? So I think it's only fair. Karen, would you like to go ahead and ask your question? Thank you.
So is this on? Yeah. Okay. So good evening, community, because you are the most important. Then good evening to all the council members and the City of Wanneroo administration. So I'm going to take a bit of a different stance due to my background. I'm going to go a bit more higher strategy. So we all talk about the Neerabup Resource Recovery Precinct. Recovery meaning that we recover materials, very valuable materials from our waste. And then I'm going to start off with, I don't know if people are well informed with regards to the Western Australia's Waste Avoidance and Resource Recovery Strategy 2019. This strategy had to be reviewed after 5 years. The process started in 2023 with the direction paper. Then there was consultation in 2024. Basically, their final consultation paper was published last year, November 2025, just in time for us to see whether our plans with regards to the Neerabup Resource Recovery Precinct is still aligned with where the Western Australia government want to go. Their vision is in this document. Our vision is for a sustainable, low-waste future powered by a circular economy where our communities, economy and environment thrive. So, very high. Now, I'm going to ask my questions. My first question is directed to the members of council. My questions are not hard. They're really simple. All that they require is honesty and maybe a tidbit of reflection. So, it is, have you read and understood the latest document from the Waste Authority, dated November 2025, titled Beyond Waste 2030, Western Australia's Waste Avoidance and Resource Recovery Strategy? This is, quoted from their document, the modified draft waste strategy, which sets out the vision, goals, targets and priorities for the state in relation to waste and recycling. Now, feedback for this document started 18th of November 2025, and unlucky for me, it closed 16th December 2025, but I do actually agree with what's written in the document. This is the revised version of the 2019 waste strategy, and the focus has significantly changed towards a circular economy. So, if you don't know how this document looks like, I didn't print out all of it because that would not be in keeping with circular economy and waste avoidance. This is how it looks like. Can I give it to one of the council members and then they can just have a look?
Our administration can organise for it to be put in their packs later. I'm sure if they're given the link, they'll do it. I just, according to the standing orders, we're not supposed to ask questions directly to council members, but only about the items on the agenda. And you're already at 3 minutes and 24 seconds, so I'll give you another 1.5 minutes. If you could ask your questions quickly, that'd be good. Thank you.
So, although I'm not going to get answers for this, maybe just keep that in mind. See it as an education opportunity. Depending on the answer given to my first question, can the council members assure the community that they have sufficient knowledge with regards to the revised waste avoidance and resource recovery strategy and the accompanied vision to make an informed decision about the manner in which the proposed Neerabub Resource Recovery Precinct project will be executed? And then I'll go on. My third question is more directed to the City of Wanneroo project team responsible for the planning and the development of the proposed Neerabub Resource Recovery Precinct. During a community information session on 3rd of December 2025, conducted by the City of Wanneroo, I asked whether waste from red-lit bins, that's the general bins, will be sorted further in the proposed waste transfer station to recover any recyclable and organic waste, that's a FOGO waste. And the answer from the consultant, from TALIS, was a definite no. It is difficult to know exactly how much recyclable and FOGO waste is mixed with our general waste currently, as it seems the last waste audit conducted by City of Wanneroo was conducted during 2017-2019. But during this time, it was found that 27% was commingled recyclable waste, 29% was garden organics, and 21% was food organics. That is in our general waste bins. In light of the proportion of recyclable and FOGO waste present in the general waste bins and the WA government's increased focus on resource recovery, could the project team revisit the operation of the proposed waste transfer station and materials recovery facility to ensure that only true residual waste will be disposed or treated elsewhere?
Thank you. Mr. Singh, could you please respond to that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. My understanding is once the bin has got the organic waste and the residue waste mixed together, it is very difficult to separate it out because the organic waste gets contaminated. It's going to be difficult to recover or recycle that portion of the waste.
Thank you. Thank you for your time, Karen. Joan Brassick has said they have a question. Are there any new questions that Joan Brassick, if she's in the auditorium, would like to ask? Okay, thank you. I've got Edwina Mann here who would like to ask a question on MN03. Are there anything that you would like to say? Thank you, Edwina.
Is this on? Yeah. No. Okay.
Oh.
You've just turned it off. Push the button again. It's a grey button just in front of you. There we go.
Thank you. Okay, Edwina Mann, 23, Windy Lane, Yanchep. I'm speaking for the motion being presented by Helen Berry on changing the dog rules in the City of Wanneroo to be in line with the WA Dog Act. The WA Dog Act required all dogs to be on lead unless in a designated off-leash area. The City of Wanneroo changed this in 2014 to most parks being off-leash areas for dogs. Seeing as there's been a significant rise in the population in the City of Wanneroo, especially over the last 10 years, which would also suggest an increase in the dog population. The rule to allow most parks to allow dogs off-leash leaves little room for dog owners that have their dogs on leash to move around freely. Also, as the lady was saying earlier in her statement that she was harassed by dogs, there are some people in the population that like to go out to a park or just walk somewhere through a park without having off-leash dogs to worry about. I'm a dog owner. My dogs are on leads. I worry sometimes. One of my dogs is a bit reactive. So to have all the parks off leash isn't a very good idea. I think the idea is to have designated parks for off leash, and I don't believe it means you've got to make it smaller. So I think they can actually look at this and pick the parks that everybody goes to that are large enough to accommodate dogs. And then the other parks can be left for people that want to use them. There are certainly people that I know that worry about dogs, and they will walk around you, and you know them when they're worried. So if they come across an off-leash dog, that's even more worrying and creates anxiety. Another area of contention is children's playgrounds and dogs. I don't know why we have dogs in children's playgrounds. I see it quite often. I can't understand it. Young children and dogs do not mix. We need to be aware of their safety and health. So I just believe that playgrounds are a no-go for dogs. This motion is not against dogs having off-leash parks and beaches. I want dogs to have off-leash parks and beaches to go to. But also in playgrounds, then we need to think about their health and safety issues with particularly young children who can be knocked over by a big dog. So I believe the City of Wanneroo needs to make the changes to give all dogs, their owners and the general population a safer and happier environment with designated off-leash areas. Please give this motion your full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Mann. Michelle Minards, did you want to come down and ask a talk? Okay. Okay, thank you. Now I've got Steve Drewalski. Do you? He wants to ask a question about Nirrabub. Steve, would you like to come down and take the podium, please?
Good evening, everyone. My name's Steve Jaworski and I live in Tapping. I've lived there for 16 years. And much like everyone here, I would please like the council to defer their decision on the NRRP. My question to the council is as follows. Can the council please confirm whether any elected members were denied access to information relating to the proposed waste-to-energy facility within the Nirrabub Resource Recovery Precinct?
I'll just pass that to Mr Singh because all of the information was prepared by Mr Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. All the information relating to the report, which is in front of you for discussion this evening, has been provided. And it's for stage 1, which includes 3 facilities. One is a community recycling center. Second one is a waste transfer station, and third is material recycling facility.
Thank you. Mr. Jaworski, do you have another question?
Yes, one more, please, if I may. Can the council please confirm whether any formal requests by an elected member for external expert materials in relation to the NRRP were declined, and if so, under what authority?
Mr. Singh?
Mayor, thank you, Mayor. I just would like to clarify what information is being talked about.
Mr. Jaworski?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, sir?
Through you, Mayor, can I seek clarification what information is being spoken about at this point?
So the question relates to formal requests for expert material in relation to the NRRP, where any requests by an elected member on expert materials declined.
Mr. Singh?
Thank you, Mayor. We received 4 emails from different council members, which they received from members of community, and I provided responses to those this afternoon.
Thank you. Do you have another question, Mr. Jaworski?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Emilia Nomorska, do you have a question you'd like to ask? Would you like to come and take the podium, please?
Good evening. I'm Dr. Emilia Nomowska, and I would like the council to defer their decision. My family lives in Banksia Grove, and here is my question for council. Why the buffer zone distance between the residential areas and the nearby resource recovery precinct and potential waste to energy plant is too short, in some instances, even less than 500 meters. Residents in the Kwinana area have raised complaints regarding the Kwinana energy recovery plant. Medina residents are suffering, and key issues reported in the late 2025 are the following: burning plastic odor irritating their throats and noses, dust blowing from the side, they are not able to open their windows, increased truck traffic noise in the region. Let us not repeat the same mistake. Place the precinct further away from the residential areas in order to protect our health and environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nomorska. Anthony Robson, do you have a question, another question that you would like to make, or a deputation? Is Anthony Robson in the auditorium? Thank you, Anthony. Just come and take the podium and ask your question or make your statement.
Hello.
Thank you.
2 questions. For the first question, my name is Anthony and I live in Banksia Grove. In relation to the amendments 172 and 202 to DPS2, on what date was each amendment formally initiated? Was initiation proposed by administration or by an elected member? Please provide the name and position of the individual who first formally proposed each amendment.
I'll just go to the Director of Planning. We'll do the questions one at a time.
Okay.
Would you, Mr. Lay, please respond to this?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. The amendments at the moment are not formally initiated. That's something for council to consider tonight. It's been brought forward by the administration as part of a broader project to look at normalising structure plan areas into our scheme.
Go ahead.
And just lastly, with the first question, please provide the council resolution number authorising initiation. And just a request that this be provided directly and not by a referral. Second question, in regards to, the November 2025 Mindarie Regional Council minutes record consideration of a business plan relating to reopening the Neerabup facility for FOGO processing. So is this proposal intended to replace processing capacity currently provided at Tamala Park? And what is the proposed maximum annual tonnage for the Neerabup FOGO facility?
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. The Mindarie Regional Council is considering a tender for FOGO processing at that particular site, but that will be for organic materials, and the tonnages will be depending on the outcome of MRC's work they are doing through the tender process.
Thank you, Mr. Robson. Do you have another question?
That's everything, thanks.
Thank you. Now, Claire Gregory has stated that she has a question on the public question and statement time. Claire, would you like to come down, give us your name and state your question or make your deputation? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Claire Gregory. I live in Tapping, and I would like the council to defer their decision on the NRRP. I've got two questions for council. The first one is, could you please provide the formal membership list, including names and position titles of any city-established working group relating to the Neerabup Industrial Area land holdings formed in or around 2019?
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have the information with me. We have to take that on notice.
Thank you. Do you have another question?
Yeah, just one more.
Thank you.
Please provide the names and position titles of city officers assigned responsibility for Amendments 172, 202 and ASP 17 Amendment 7.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, I don't have that information in front of me this evening, so I'll take it on notice and provide a response.
Thank you. Do you have another question?
That's it, thanks.
Okay. This is everyone on the list of sheets who have announced that they want to ask a question or make a deputation. You've already spoken, Mr. Kacob, and had your questions answered, and you've had your 3 minutes. Is there anyone who hasn't spoken, hasn't asked a question, that would like to have the opportunity to speak? I'm giving you that opportunity now. Sir, would you like to come down and take the podium and ask a question? Thank you. And give us your name and the suburb you live in.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Christopher Ian Hammond, OAM, and I live in Carramar, and I would like the Council to defer their decision. Here is my question for Council. The City has published 2 YouTube recordings titled City of Wanneroo Annual General Meeting of Electors 5th February 2026 and City of Wanneroo Annual General Meeting of Electors 5th of February 2026 audio. One recording is for 1 hour 42 minutes in duration. The official City recording is 16 minutes and 18 seconds. Please confirm whether both recordings relate to the same AGM held on the 5th of February 2026. And if so, why is the official City recording 16 minutes 18 seconds when a 1 hour 42 minute recording exists? Who authorised the publication of the 16-minute version? Was any person of this meeting lawfully excluded from recording under legislation? Who was the designated responsible officer for ensuring compliance with recording requirements? I'm a proud member of CATRA. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Coles, if you could answer it. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I can confirm that both recordings of the meeting relate to the same meeting. So the first recording that you note was around 16 minutes long is the live stream for the YouTube channel, which was cut under part 3 of the procedure partway through the AGM. The other recording is the audio recording that we are required to upload to the website.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the gallery this evening or deputations? If there are no other questions, Mr Cobb, you have already had your 3 minutes and over that, so please. If there's no other person in the auditorium that has a question or deputation, I have one more deputation to read, and that is from Mohsin Hussain about the motion on notice by Councillor Berry to align with the City of Wanneroo with the Dog Act. I'm a local resident of Yanchep. 2 years ago, I set up a run club called Yanchep Coastal Runners. The impact of having dogs off their leash on pavements and parks has been detrimental to runners in the town. If an unleashed dog sees a jogger running towards its owner, the dog will go into protective mode for itself and its owner begin to chase the runner, attempting to bite that person. I have had several experiences of this during my time running in Yanchep. Even leased dogs have lunged at me while running past. This can be corroborated by numerous members of the Run Club. I now take preemptive action by running onto the road when dogs and their owners are either approaching me or I am passing them. This evasive action has resulted in putting my health and safety at risk from passing motorists and motorcyclists. Running on the local Yanchep beaches has proved to be especially risky. There is one very large designated dog beach in Yanchep for dog owners to use. However, all of the non-designated dog beaches are used illegally by dog owners as their personal designated dog beach. I've been chased by dogs on beaches where dogs are prohibited. I've also stepped on dog excrement on those same beaches. Having complained to the Rangers Service over the years to avail, I think he means to no avail, I have now given up using the local beaches for running. I believe that there needs to be stricter enforcement of the City of Wanneroo dog regulations by the Rangers Services. I have observed local residents in my vicinity of Yanchep ignoring local bylaws. Rangers need to patrol the beaches regularly. The size of the present dog beach in Yanchep South needs to be reduced and a new one established north of Yanchep. All parks have signs stating if dogs are to be kept on leash or unleashed. If you require additional information for this submission, I am more than happy to be contacted. Kind regards, Mohsin Hussain. And on that deputation, I declare question and statement time over. We now go to announcements from the Mayor, and there are no announcements from the Mayor. I have item 4, confirmation of minutes. I need a mover and seconder for confirmation of minutes from OC 010226, minutes of the Ordinary Council meeting, 16th of December 2025. Do I have a mover and seconder for those minutes? Mover, Deputy Mayor Miles. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Hugh Newen. Councillors, do you have anything you want to discuss about those minutes? Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just looking at my agenda at the moment, and it has the 25th of December as the resolution. For OC01, it says that the minutes of the Ordinary Council meeting held on the 25th of December, which is Christmas.
Why did you change?
So I'm just wanting to confirm, is that an error in the agenda paper?
Okay. Because, Councillor Wright, we didn't meet on Christmas Day. We met on the 16th of December, and that's why I read out the 16th of December, not the 25th of December. Okie doke.
So in the agenda, are we voting on the 16th?
We're voting on the 16th.
Just confirming.
I'm just confirming that because I think we all had other things we were doing on Christmas Day, didn't we, councillors? So we have a mover, which is Deputy Mayor Miles. We have a seconder, Councillor Hugh Newen. If there's no other questions about these minutes, councillors, please cast your vote. And that was passed unanimously with 14 councillors supporting it. We now go to the minutes of the ordinary council the special council meeting held on the 9th of February 2026. Do I have a mover and seconder for these? Councillor Rowe and seconder Councillor Berry. Does anyone want to speak to these minutes? If there are no speakers to these minutes, councillor, please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. We now go to, I've skipped item 5 because I haven't got any announcements. We now go to item 6, questions from council members. I think Councillor Bronwyn-Smith has questions and another councillor. I'll go to Councillor Bronwyn-Smith first. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to get my questions and answers on the public record. So recently I've received quite a few complaints about fishing in parks and reports of disturbing animal cruelty. So I just want to ask the administration, does admin have any current mechanism to allow council to ban fishing at any locations?
Ms Coles.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Smith. The existing public places and local government property local law does not include any mechanism to allow council to ban fishing at any locations.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Second question, are there any plans to revise any local laws to provide flexibility in the future should council want to explore? Thank you.
Ms Coles.
Thank you for the follow-up question, Councillor Smith. So the proposed revised local law for consideration by council and consultation with the community does contain a new clause that will allow council to make a determination of areas where fishing can be banned. So the local law review process will commence in March with a briefing paper followed by a report presented to an ordinary council meeting which is proposed for May, and then there'll be public consultation with adoption in October. Subject to the local law being adopted, council can then choose to make a determination to ban fishing in certain locations and city control waterways. That process would involve a council resolution to be advertised and then public consultation following a final council resolution to make that determination.
Thank you. Do you have any more questions? Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Rowe, you have questions.
Thank you, Mayor, of which notice has been provided, but in the interest of time I'll only ask a handful of them. Almost a decade ago, the City commenced the process of rezoning established suburbs such as Girraween and Kundoola to accommodate greater density in residential development. Given the City is not meeting infill housing targets, when will the City consider the zoning of other established suburbs that could contribute to housing targets such as Marangaroo and Alexander Heights?
Mr Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. The state government nowadays requires us to consider housing matters and things like rezonings through our local planning strategy process. We're quite well advanced in our local planning strategy development at the moment. In relation to Marangaroo and Alexander Heights, the strategy proposes that in the medium term, so a 5 to 10 year time frame, consideration to be given to increasing residential densities in additional established areas. So those like Marangaroo and Alexander Heights, if they sit within proximity to activity centres or along major transit corridors, there are other priorities that the strategy recommends in the shorter term.
Councillor Rowe, you have another question.
Second question, Mayor. It's my understanding that spot rezoning applications are complex and unlikely to be successful. How many spot rezoning requests have been received over the past 5 years in Marangaroo and Alexander Heights, and how many of these have been approved?
Mr Lee.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Yes, spot rezonings are complex and are typically unsuccessful, as Councillor Rose indicated. We haven't received any spot rezoning or residential density upcoding applications in the past 5 years for Marangaroo or Alexander Heights, and therefore none have been approved either.
Thank you. Councillor Rowe.
Final question, Mayor. Does the city maintain an active register of vacant land owned by the state or federal government that could be used for housing? And does the city actively follow up with state or federal agencies to understand the purpose and ongoing need for those various sites?
Mr Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. The city doesn't currently maintain a register of vacant land parcels owned by the state or federal government, but noting the question raised, administration is undertaking a desktop audit of state and federal government owned vacant land parcels that could potentially be used to accommodate more housing. Once we've completed that work, we're happy to share that information with our elected members, and if any potential sites are identified, we'll liaise with the relevant agencies to determine the anticipated need for these sites and whether or not they can be used for housing.
Thank you. There are no other questions. Oh, Councillor Wright has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to provide notice because one of the questions came up in a deputation tonight. And it's a shame Mr Gunning's gone because I'm sure it would be of interest to him. And it was in relation to his statement around the dual role conflicts of councillors. And I just want to ask on the record, if a councillor declares an impartiality interest, are they allowed to excuse themselves from the room and abstain from a vote, or is that a breach of the Local Government Act?
Ms Coles.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Wright. Unfortunately not. If a councillor declares an impartiality interest, they are still required to stay in the room and participate in the debate and the decision making.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, councillors? Councillor Hugh Newen.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got a number of questions in relation to both IS02 -02 2026 and IS03 -02 as well.
Councillor Newen, it would probably be better to ask them when the item comes to the agenda instead of in the public question time.
I understand that, Madam Mayor, but I intend to move a procedural motion so that if I don't ask the questions now, I may lose that opportunity to ask the question.
That is how the standing orders are. You ask the questions at the time of the item on the agenda. Councillor Seif, do you have a question?
Yes, I do have a question. It is also related to the Neerabup Resource Recovery Precinct.
Well, I'll apply the same principle that I've applied.
We just had a question asked, Madam Mayor, with all due respect, that was in relation to a motion on notice.
Which motion on notice was that? And it was about that. I'm sorry, I've ruled. It will happen when we come to the item on the agenda. So now we go to petitions. We have a petition about installing improved amenities at Arduin Park from Councillor Vin Nguyen. Councillor Nguyen, what is this petition that you're presenting? And do we have a mover and seconder for this position? You would move it. Who's the seconder?
I haven't got notice of that, Mayor.
Where is the petition? It's in your folder, Councillor Nguyen. That's for your Yanchep Lagoon. Yeah, it's in your folder, Councillor Nguyen. And do we have a seconder for the petition? Could you read it out, please, Councillor Nguyen?
So I have a petition in front of me. It consists of 109 signatures in relation to request for consideration to install, improve amenities at Arduin Park to foster a greater community spirit and improve safety of the area. The recommended improvements are, but not limited to, a public drinking fountain, a community barbecue, increased play equipment, designated park lighting, increased seatings, dog waste bags. And there are 3 signatures that are unable to be identified within the city of Wanneroo.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for this petition? Councillor Hugh Newen. Okay, councillors, could you please vote to accept this petition? We've got no vote for the petitions. Here we go. Councillor Smith, thank you. And that was passed unanimously. We now go to PT 020226, Councillor proposed angled parking at Yanchep Lagoon. Councillor Coetzee, you're presenting that petition?
I am, and Councillor Figg is seconding it.
Would you like to read what the petition is?
Request consideration of the proposed angled parking at Yanchep Lagoon in order to reduce car traffic, parking and idling along the foreshore and ensure integrity of our coastal jewel. We consider the proposed plan will increase traffic, obscure views of the lagoon with increased parking density, encourage idling of vehicles and pollution, potentially risk the safety of pedestrians and increase litter. The proposed plan is not the best approach to implement the light touch principle outlined in the draft foreshore management plan. We consider either option 1 or 3 is the preferred approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coetzee. Councillors, could you please cast your vote to accept this petition? And that's passed unanimously with 14 councillors. We now go to item 8, reports. Council members, as outlined under clause 5.2 of the City's Standing Orders Local Law 2021, we have the option to adopt certain agenda items through an exception resolution. This process allows us to pass a group of reports with a single motion, saving time and streamlining our meeting. Before we proceed, I'd like to remind everyone of clause 5.23 of the Standing Orders, which specifies when an adoption exception, that is en bloc, may not be used for the matter. That is when it requires an absolute majority, in which an interest has been disclosed, that is a matter on which a member wishes to make a statement, or that is a matter on which a member wishes to move a motion that is different to the recommendation. Any items that meet these conditions will not be included in an exception resolution and considered individually. Council members, please indicate if you have any objections to moving the following reports by exception resolution. So we go to PSO 10226. Consideration of public submissions on Scheme Amendment 214 to District Planning Scheme Number 2, East Wanneroo District Development Contribution Plan. Are you happy for that to be on block? PS 020226, preparation of Amendment 217 to District Planning Scheme Number 2, normalisation of land in Banksia Grove Agreed Local Structure Plan Number 21A area. No exceptions, so that will be en bloc. We now go to ASO 10226, Neves Road Safety Improvements, Federal Safer Local Roads and Instruction Program. That we have an exception on that. We now go to CPO 10226, Tender number 25152, the provision of CCTV maintenance and management. That will be en bloc. We now go to CSO 10226, Financial Activity Statement for the period ended 30th of November 2025. En bloc. CSO 20226, Financial Activity Statement for the period ended 31st of December 2025. En bloc. CSO 30226, Warrant of Payments for the period to the 30th of November 2025. En bloc. CSO 40226, Warrant of Payments for the period to the 31st of December 2025. That is an exception. CSO 50226, proposed new lease and surrender of prior lease to Yanship Sports and Social Club over Lot 1, 81 Yanship Beach Road, Yanship. You want to speak to that, do you, Councillor Coetzee? So that is an exception. CSO 60226, proposed licence over portion of Reserve 12990, Wanneroo City, between the City of Wanneroo and the Wanneroo Amateur Football Club Incorporated, the Wanneroo Cricket Club Incorporated, the Wanneroo Junior Football Club Incorporated and the Wanneroo Junior Cricket Club. En bloc. CEO 10226, the CEO Interim Quarterly Report and KPI Update. That will be moved en bloc. CEO 20226, Ordinary Council Meetings and Forums of Council Policy Exemption Request, Waste Avoidance and Resource Recovery Advisory Committee. That will be en bloc. And so do I have a mover and seconder for these items, and then I will reread them out to go on block. Moved, Councillor Rowe.
Mayor, I was just going to say, is there capacity for motions on notice to be included in en bloc? No.
No.
Okay. Then I'm happy to move that en bloc request.
Sorry, Mayor, I am happy for the Yanship one to be moved en bloc as well. The
proposed lease?
The lease, yep.
Okay, so I'll make that en bloc, include that. Do I have a seconder for the Councillor Smith? So I will read out the items to confirm, and then we will vote on the items that are being moved en bloc. So, to confirm, it's PSO 10226, consideration of public submissions on Scheme Amendment 214 to District Planning Scheme Number 2, East Wanneroo District Development Contribution Plan. PSO 20226, preparation of Amendment Number 217 to District Planning Scheme Number 2, normalisation of land in the Banksia Grove Agreed Local Structure Plan. CPO 10226, tender number 25152, provision of CCTV maintenance and management. CSO 10226, financial activities statement for the period ended 30th of November 2025. CSO 20226, financial activities statement for the period ended the 31st of December. CSO 30226, warrant of payments for the period to the 30th of November 2025. CSO 50226, proposed new lease and surrender of prior lease to the Yanship Sports and Social Club Incorporated over Lot 1, that is 81 Yanship Beach Road, Yanship. CSO 60226, proposed licence over portion of Reserve 12990, Wanneroo, between the City of Wanneroo and Wanneroo Amateur Football Club Incorporated, the Wanneroo Cricket Club Incorporated, the Wanneroo Junior Football Club Incorporated and the Wanneroo Junior Cricket Club. CEO 10226, CEO Interim Quarterly Report and KPI Update. CEO 20226, Ordinary Council Meetings and Forums of Council Policy Exemption Request, Waste Avoidance and Resource Recovery Advisory Committee. Councillors, could you please cast your vote for the en bloc? Thank you. The mover and seconder is Councillor Rowe and Councillor Smith.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
May I please ask if my Yanship motion may be moved forward, as the meeting has been taken quite a while tonight, please?
Do I have a seconder for that item? The en bloc was successful unanimously with 14 councillors. So you got in there quickly, Councillor Coetzee. So now we will go to, you have a procedural motion to move your motion on notice forward to this part of the agenda. Councillor Figg seconds it. Councillors, could we please vote on bringing, it is MN 020226 forward to this part of the agenda, please? Councillor Steve, Councillor Nguyen and Councillor Nguyen. Okay. So we have 13 supporting the procedural motion and one against. The councillor against is Councillor Seif. So that procedural motion to bring item MN02 0226 from Councillor Coetzee has been supported. Do I have a seconder for your motion on notice? Councillor Figg. Councillor Coetzee, would you like to speak to your motion on notice?
May I first have to make a declaration? With regard to item MN2 0226, I disclose that I'm a member of the Yanchep Sports and Social Club. As a consequence, there may be a perception that my impartiality on this matter may be affected. I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly.
Thank you. I'd also like to make a declaration with regard to MN02 0226. I disclose that I'm a social club member of the Yanchep Sports and Social Club. As a consequence, there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected. I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly. Thank you. Councillor Coetzee, would you like to speak this motion on notice? Thank you.
Yes, please. Councillors, I've been working closely with administration on this, and I'm really pleased to say that there is funding for the current 2025-26 capital budget, and I have amended my motion on this. It is in your green folders. I first would like to start by welcoming the bowling members of the Yanchep and Sports Club here, and thank you for being here tonight. Sorry that you have to wait so long. Your commitment to the club and our community really shows. You've spent years working hard, volunteering your time and pushing through challenge after challenge to keep this club strong. For many years, the club has also been the only bowling club across Wanneroo, Dundebar and the Stirling areas, just to name a couple, that plays solely on grass greens. And anyone who bowls knows how tough it is for players who are used to grass and suddenly compete on synthetic greens elsewhere. It puts your members at a real disadvantage as we speak. As we speak, the new synthetic greens are being installed. The upgrade to the bowling greens is a great example of your dedication. The club saved for years to make it happen, and when the state government CSRFF grant didn't come through the first time, you didn't give up. You regrouped, applied again, and were successful the second time, which meant the project could finally go ahead. And importantly, the club didn't just rely on the grant, you matched it dollar for dollar from your own savings and even put an extra to cover the reticulation. Altogether, your contribution came to $350,000. That level of commitment is something the whole community should admire. I also want to thank everyone I've spoken with while preparing this motion, councillor, staff and community members, especially Deputy Mayor Miles and our Mayor. Your insights and support have helped shape it into what it is before us tonight. This motion matters because the bowling greens are the city's owned asset and they're not being protected. The vandalism has been happening for years, and sadly it happened again on Monday night. Smashed glass, a bag of cement dumped on the BE green, batteries thrown on brand new A green, and even nearby shops' windows were broken. This isn't just frustrating, it is destructive, costly and completely unacceptable. The club urgently need the fence, and so does the city. We have a responsibility to protect our assets, just as we do with our other sporting facilities across Wanneroo. Yanchep deserves the same level of care and protection as every other part of our city. The motion is about fairness, consistency, and doing what is right. It's about supporting the club that has already invested so much of its own time, effort, and money into improving the facility that the whole community benefits from. So, dear councillors, I ask for your support tonight. Please vote in favour of this motion so that we can finally give this club and the city asset the protection it has needed for so too long. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coetzee. Councillor Figg, would you like to speak to this motion on notice?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mayor. Don't read into the fact that I'm not a social member just yet. I'm getting there. But to the point of the motion, look, I think Councillor Coetzee has said it very well. This is about protecting what is, at the end of the day, a city asset. The damage that's being done to the greens is consistent. It's not a one-off. It's been on and off for, well, ever since I've been up there, the last 12 years. So this is something where there's a significant investment from the state and from the club themselves into improving the facilities there at a facility that is starting to show its age. I think that the Greens, need this sort of protection. I think the club deserves it, and I think it would bring it up to par with the likes of Quinn's and Wanneroo Sports and Social Club, who have some pretty good fencing around their greens to protect them as well. So I urge all councillors to support if they can, and thank you for bringing it, Councillor Ketsia.
Thank you, Councillor Figg. Do I have any speakers against this motion on notice? Okay, I've got questions. I'll go to Councillor Rowe and then Councillor Wright. Councillor Rowe?
Thank you, Mayor, and I think it was alluded to in Councillor Kutsia's moving speech. It's not a request for new funding through the mid-year review. Is this that administration has identified operating savings that they're intending to use to fund the motion on notice if successful? Is that correct?
Mr Singh?
Thank you, Mayor. As provided in the administration comments, should Council support this motion, the funding required for fencing will be taken out of asset replacement reserve.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. I did ask some questions at the briefing session, that were taken on notice, and it was in relation to the 3 sports and social clubs, and I just want to confirm with the administration. So, Council has adopted to intervene at a level 7 and 8 now, and I'm referring to the city's Asset Buildings Management Plan, which has a long list of every facility in the city. And I'm referring to building number 117 and 118, which is the Yanchep Sports and Social Club and Yanchep Sports Club toilets, both of them being built in 1985, and the 2024 condition score was 7, and the club toilets were 5, so the 7 one is ranked poor. So I'm wanting to confirm with the administration, has the 3 sports and social clubs now been added to the LTFP, or has it been raised for the next iteration of the LTFP in terms of upgrades to be able to facilitate the upgrades of the 3 sporting and social clubs to above the 7 and 8 ranking that Council has put in place?
Mr Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. In the long-term financial plan, there are provisions for asset renewal of different city assets. As part of our annual budget development, we'll identify the work packages based on the conditions and then develop the program for implementation based on the condition ratings.
Thank you, Mr Singh. Are there any other speakers against this motion on notice? Do you have a question, do you, Councillor Hugh Newen?
Yeah, question, Mayor. Can I just ask what sort of money are we looking at here? Because I can't find that information anywhere.
Ms Davis?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. I do have the author of the report, Mr Starr, was in the room, who can respond to that question.
Mr Storts.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your question. The preliminary quote obtained by our term contractor was in the order of $77,000 to undertake those works. They've since been up on site to do a more detailed assessment, and there's likely savings that will be able to be made from that based on parts of the existing fence being of suitable condition to retain and integrate into any new fence.
Thank you. Any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this motion on notice, councillors are asked to cast your vote. And that has been passed unanimously. So, there you go. We now go to, Councillor Newen, yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to move a procedural motion, as I foreshadowed earlier today, to move items AS02 and AS03-02 of 26 forward, please, because we've got some seniors in the gallery and mums and so on and so forth.
Do I have a seconder to move this procedural motion forward? Councillor Seif. Okay, councillors, could you please vote on moving this item forward? Councillor Coetzee and Councillor Parker. So the procedural motion to bring this forward was supported unanimously. We now go to AS 02-0226, the Neerabutt Resource Recovery Precinct Stage 1 Community Engagement. Do I have a mover and seconder for this item? Moved, Councillor. Do you have a yes, Councillor Nguyen?
Mayor, I foreshadowed a procedural motion to defer both reports. So
he's already changed the order. Yep. So he wants to move a procedural motion to defer the report.
Point of order, Mayor. Under the standing orders, an item needs to be moved and seconded before a procedural motion can be moved to defer.
So Councillor Berry is happy to move this item. Who's seconded it? Councillor Miles. So we now have a procedural motion to defer it. What is your reason for deferring this motion, and what date do you want it brought back by? Until when? Ms Coles will give her advice according to the standing orders. There's actually no guidance on this in the standing orders, as according to the General Counsel. I think we should put the procedural motion first, and then after that the mover and seconder can speak to the substantive. So do you have a seconder for your procedural motion, Councillor Hugh Nguyen? Councillor Seif? And your procedural motion is to defer. What is your procedural motion to, and until what date?
Thank you, Mayor. So my procedural motion is to defer these two items until after.
We're only speaking to one item, Councillor Hugh Nguyen, and that is item ASO 20226. We are not moving both items together, so this is just about that one item.
Is there any way we could perhaps deal with them together?
No, let's do them one at a time, please.
All right. So my procedural motion is to basically defer the item until the answers which were raised, or the questions which were raised at the AGM, the council briefing, recent AGM and council briefing by members of the community have been responded to by the
what
administration.
date, Councillor Nguyen?
I have
We're not
no-
debating just by what date. You have to put a date in for a procedural motion.
Okay. So the April council meeting would be good.
April council meeting. Okay, so we have a mover and seconder for this, and we go straight to the vote without any debate. Thank you, council.
She's going to ask.
Sorry, point of order, Madam Mayor. Did you not ask for the date which it has to be moved to and the reason why?
I asked for that. He has given, because he wants the answers raised, and it's by the April council meeting is what he stated. So please, let's go straight to the vote now. Thank you.
No, you don't get this. I don't get to speak as the second?
No. Councillor Van Nguyen.
Sorry, can you just clarify, are we getting the answers by April, or are we having the next council meeting to debate this item in April?
It is the returning to the answers by April. So, Councillor Nguyen, you need to make a decision and vote. And the procedural motion is lost. 4 councillors supported the procedural motion, which is Councillor Steve, Councillor Hugh Nguyen, Councillor Huntley and Councillor Van Nguyen. Those against the procedural motion was myself, Councillor Rowe, Councillor Wright, Councillor Berry, Councillor Parker, Councillor Coetzee, Councillor Miles, Councillor Bedworth, Councillor Smith and Councillor Figg. Councillor Berry, would you like to speak to this item, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This subject of the Nirrumbuk Resource Recovery Precinct, known as NRRP, seems to have caused...
Sorry, Councillor Berry. Councillor Wright wants to make a declaration. Councillor Miles needs to make it... not Councillor Miles, Councillor Bedworth needs to make a declaration too. Sorry.
Thank you.
I apologise.
Thank you, Mayor. With regard to item ASO 20226, Nirrumbuk Resource Recovery Precinct Stage 1 Community Engagement, I disclose that I am the city's delegate on the MRC, and as a consequence there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected. I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly, and that will also be for the next item as well, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Bedworth.
Thank you, Mayor. Likewise, with regards to item ASO 226, NRRP Stage 1 Community Engagement and Business Plan, I too declare that I have an interest in the matter as a consequence of me being a member of the MRC delegation also. Therefore, there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter is affected, but I do declare that I will consider the matter on its merits and vote accordingly.
Thank you. Are there any other councillors that want to make a declaration before I hand the floor over to Councillor Berry? If they're not, Councillor Berry.
Thank you, Mayor.
Speak.
This subject of the Nirrumbuk Resource Recovery Precinct, known as NRRP, seems to have caused quite a stir in the community, and I completely understand why, when a group called the Nirrumbuk Tip Action Group is publishing and sharing posts far and wide that are completely misleading. I've seen posts that the open tip will be your new neighbour if you live in these suburbs and say no to a Wanneroo incinerator. I want to be very clear, misleading information like this has caused this city to see an influx of questions from concerned residents who thought we were being asked to approve tonight another open tip and an incinerator. We are not considering an open tip and we are not considering an incinerator. The city has also been accused of not doing enough to ensure the community were aware of the NRRP. So I think we need to clarify what the city has actually done. It ran a community engagement process from the 27th of October to the 21st of November, and due to community concern, extended it until the 17th of December. The city has created its own webpage where the project is clearly listed. It's sent emails to people. It's emailed the residents' associations of Carramar, Banksia, Grove and Tapping.
Point of order, Mayor, 4.17, preservation of order.
Please respect the chamber. You may leave quietly if you want to leave. Ms Martin, please, you have had an uninterrupted time to speak. It is not appropriate. Please, can I have someone ask Ms Martin to leave the chamber, please? Thank you. Councillor Berry, could you please resume your speaking to this item? Thank you.
Thank you. The city's ran a media campaign in Perth now. It's run drop-in session on the 13th of November, which was advertised. It's held additional information sessions. It's provided a video presentation on its website. It's created a frequently asked questions update and published over 120 questions and answers for complete transparency. At the request of the community, it then sent a further 10,500 letters to residents within a 5-kilometre radius of the NRRP site. On top of this, the city's continued to receive many emails with questions and responded to them. The city and councillors have also put information on their social media platforms. I'm going to repeat again because I want to be very crystal clear and have this on the record. This council is not, and I repeat not, considering an open tip like the one at Tamala Park or an incinerator tonight. The city has spent considerable time planning for what it will do with everyone's waste once Tamala Park shuts, which is the responsible thing for this council to do. Everyone would appreciate waste needs to be dealt with, and everyone will still want their waste collected when Tamala Park shuts. The facilities to be progressed are working towards a circular economy that residents have advised matters. At Council, we all appreciate the value to reuse, refurbish and recycle materials. To do that, what are we being asked to vote on? For the public record, progressing the Community Recycling Centre, a drop-off facility for recyclables, reusables and hard-to-dispose-of items. 2, progressing the material recovery facility, which will sort mixed recycling into separate materials like paper, plastic or metal, so they can be used or processed by manufacturers. 3, a waste transfer station, where collected waste from households will be consolidated into larger loads and taken away from this area to a site for recycling or disposal facilities on the same day. Waste is not going to be stored at this site. During the last few weeks, I've been asked why the city cannot continue to use Tamala Park for recycling. We've heard a lot tonight already, but to clarify, the city does not own or control Tamala Park. It is owned by the Mindarie Regional Council. And under that licence, the Mindarie Regional Council has to close Tamala Park tip. This city, therefore, as I've said, needs a waste plan. I've also been asked if councillors of wards should vote as a community want them to vote. I think it's important for everybody to know when councillors are sworn in, they take an oath to represent the district as a whole and make decisions for the whole of Wanneroo, not just particular areas. Whilst we have wards, a lot of decisions like this one to find a solution for our waste impact residents citywide. I want to thank our staff that have answered the hundreds of emails from concerned residents and taken time to answer all of our elected member questions. I do think the residents need to appreciate that we have asked many questions ourselves to reach our own decisions. Given the time now required to build these facilities and the processes required, knowing the closure of Tamala Park is getting closer day by day, I support administration's recommendation to progress the detailed design for stage 1 only, and I will repeat, stage 1 only, as per our report tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Myers, would you like to speak to this item?
Well, I don't think I can really add too much more, Mayor, than what Councillor Berry has done, other than the item ASO 2226 has obviously had consultation and community engagement over many, many weeks and months. And maybe we do need to ask administration if they could compile the amount of questions that have been asked through CRMs of councillors and also the wider public, so we can publish all of that information. The information that has been requested when it comes to the AGM, all those questions have been asked and answered multiple times in different shapes or forwards, and they have done that continuously. And I do appreciate administration's effort in making sure that any question asked was answered. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Do I have speakers against the motion on notice? Councillor Hugh Newen.
Can I ask a couple of questions first, Mayor?
Yes, you can ask a question.
Thank you. Councillors, what I am seeing as two common themes here with this particular issue is the allegation, if you like, of the community not being consulted.
Councillor Newen, you are speaking for and debating. We need the questions and then you can speak how you want to against the thing. Can you please ask your questions and then you can speak for or against the item?
The question I have, the first question I have is the city open to rerunning the consultation process, the community consultation process?
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. We have completed the community engagement as per city's established community engagement procedures. And I think I was asked a question at the briefing session that what have we done? And I provided that information at the briefing session. And again, this afternoon, I provided an email response to council members outlining that how far an extensive community engagement has been done. After the first round of community engagement, community requested that period to be extended. That was extended, and community requested a in-person presentation and Q&A session that was also arranged. And we have uploaded the video of that Q&A session on the website. We compiled the questions asked by community members, I think about 130 questions. They are listed in the frequently asked questions document that's available on website. So city has done, I believe, more than what's required under the community engagement procedures for this particular project. And I think that has all been documented in the report for council's consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Do you have another question, Councillor Newen?
Yes, my second question is the city open to exploring alternative sites, which is further out and away from the residential areas?
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. As part of site identification, we did consider multiple sites, and this site was considered most suited for this kind of facility.
Mr. Singh. Councillor Bedworth, do you have a question?
Yeah, just one question, please, Mayor, through yourself. Obviously, community consultation is a fair issue in this one. Will there be any other opportunities for community members to make any submissions in this process and procedure whatsoever?
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. As part of the process, we are required to submit a works approval application to Department of Water and Environmental Regulation, which is the state government's independent regulator. So that application has been prepared and documentation submitted to the department. And department is validating all the information. Last information we heard was the validation is complete and they will be soon opening a 28-day public submission period on that application. So the community will have an opportunity to provide public submissions to the department as part of their consideration of the works approval application.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Councillor Saif.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question. I'm reading from Yanchip Online, 16th of October 2025, and it says, the consultant also recommended the city prepare a community and stakeholder engagement plan for the Dundebar Resource Recovery Precinct. And then in quotations, they're quoting the consultant that prepared the business plan, the consultant that consulted to the administration of the City of Wanneroo. And the quote is, in quotations, the waste-to-energy facility should be included in all such activities from the outset to assist with its social licence to operate and future approval processes. We didn't do that. We changed it to stage 1, stage 2. We did
Councillor
not
Seif,
include the waste-to-energy from the outset.
Councillor Seif, are you speaking? No, what's your question? Thank you. Could please ask your question.
I would like to ask administration, why didn't we follow the consultant's advice so that we can get social licence?
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. As part of the development of master plan, there was extensive market sounding exercise was completed, where we approached the waste industry. What is likely scenario? What kind of facility? What kind of industry can be constructed at Dundebar Resource Recovery Precinct? The feedback from market sounding was that the material recycling facility, they were quite interested and quite keen. The processing of residue waste, like through waste to energy, they were not keen, given that there are 2 existing plants. They need to be operational, and the industry would like to see how they go first before they even think of having another plant in the northern suburbs. Therefore, as part of implementation of recommendations, we developed a stage to prioritize what's needed for the city of Wanneroo now, which were 3 facilities, which is the Community Recycling Center, Material Recovery Facility, and Waste Transfer Station. That's been put forward throughout the stage 1. That's how community engagement has been completed, and all the documentation for the project is just based on those 3 facilities, which is the immediate need, and that has been before council now for decision.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Any other questions? Councillor Hugh Nguyen, you have a question?
I don't have a question I'd like to speak against when I may.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Hugh Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, I have been on council for 8 years, 2 previous terms, coming back this time. And to be honest, I haven't seen such a passionate reaction from the community, from residents and the wider community alike on a matter like this before the council. This project is a significant and important one, which will have a long-lasting and intergenerational effect on the local community and the residents, especially those living within the buffer zone and nearby. It is clear from the AGM and the council briefing that I attended recently that there are grave concerns from a large section of the community and from a large number of residents. I understand the administration has indicated that it has conducted community consultation widely and extensively. However, as I was trying to say before I asked my questions, the common theme for me, or the 2 common themes for me, is that the community consultation process was not as good as it should have been, with all due respect. The second theme from residents and the community that have contacted me is that the distance is what they are concerned about in this whole issue. From my perspective, the concerns raised by residents were legitimate, they were reasonable, and they were significant, especially to do with the community consultation and the distance from the actual site. I am aware that there's a petition of 500 plus signatures that's coming to the council in the near future. So that's an indication of the community interest and the community concerns that we are seeing with this project. Because of the significance and the importance of the project and the potential impact that it will have on the local community, it is my belief that at the basic level, the concerned community and residents deserve a fair go in terms of consultation, and we should respect what they have to say about the matter. After all, the residents and the community are why we are all here around this table. And I just think that the reason why I've asked for deferral is so that us councillors can have sufficient information and the responses that were raised at the AGM and the briefing so that we can make informed decisions. We heard tonight that there is no need to hurry this project, and given the intergenerational and the long-term impact, potential impact, I think waiting for it and waiting for the answers so that we can make informed decisions is not an unreasonable request. So on that basis, I will not be supporting the 2 items that are coming here before the council tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hugh Nguyen. Do I have a speaker for this item? You have questions? What is your question, Councillor Bin Nguyen?
Just in relation to the comments earlier that we're not considering a waste to energy transfer, can anyone from the city rule that option out because it is in the master plan?
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. As outlined earlier in my earlier responses, that the report includes stage 1, which include 3 facilities, and waste to energy is not part of discussion as part of this report.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Van Nguyen.
Yes, there were concerns raised regarding the community consultation. Which part of the community consultation have the city taken into account or change as part of its plan, and can you identify them? Because we don't want simply going through the consultation without considering the details of the community's response.
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. During community engagement period, we received several questions. Most of the questions were in the form of kind of clarifications like impact of the traffic or odors and leachate, groundwater management, all the technical information which our consultants have prepared, and we have submitted that to the Department of Water and Environmental Regulation. They are the independent regulators. They will review that all that information. So from community's point of view, they asked for the information. Where is the information? We have shared provided that information through our community engagement process, through the drop-in session, and also as part of the Q&A session held in December.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Any other questions? If there are no other questions, do you have another question? Councillor Van Nguyen.
In relation to the community engagement, are you satisfied that the community has sufficient time to provide response? Because there appears to be a lack of trust just from the response from the community that they haven't been consulted enough.
I think that's an opinion. I think the facts are there, but Mr. Singh, will you respond to that?
Thank you, Mayor. I can only outline the extent of the community engagement. Obviously, Council can consider that as part of discussion. The community engagement period initially started from 27th of October, and finally it concluded, I think, 17th of December 2025. So that was just under, I think, 7 weeks, it counts to be, which included 2 sessions, one community drop-in session where we had the consultants and City of Wanneroo's project team, and also the waste services team. They provided all the responses. And then we had a further Q&A session where consultant also responded to several questions from the community. From that point of view, I think community engagement had been sufficient, and more than sufficient rather, for this particular project.
Thank you. You have another question, Councillor Nguyen.
Yes. Is the project still feasible without a waste-to-energy facility?
Mr. Singh.
Mayor, as I said in response to another question a few minutes ago, that was like the implementation of master plan has been guided by the market sounding. If you look at anything to process a residue waste on site is going to cost millions of dollars. The original estimates of the costing could be a waste-to-energy plant could cost $800 million to $1 billion, and that is a private investment. That is not city's investment. Therefore, as part of market sounding, the indications were that industry is not ready to go that path at that site. Hence, we just only gone to stage 1, which is just the 3 sites. If and when it happens, whatever technology, whatever shape it takes, that will be again subject to project development, community engagement, and also going through all the regulator approvals if and when it needed.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Do you have a question, Councillor Smith?
Thank you, Mayor. My question is response to one of the public statements which had a question about why is there an urgency to this? Because with Wanneroo transfer station coming online, there is a belief out there, so whether the administration can comment whether that's true or not, about whether that will cover the city's needs. Thank you.
Mr. Singh.
Mayor, the short answer is the Wanneroo transfer station will cover the needs in short term. Given that waste transfer station at Wanneroo has been a remodeling an existing site and existing building that does have constraints, that we can't have larger trucks going through that particular site to that extent what is needed to move waste or the size of the city. We expect by 2019-30 we'll have about 90,000 tons of waste generated in the city. Therefore, Wangara will reach its capacity around that time. And when Timala Park is closed around that time, which we don't know the exact time frame, then we will need a proper full-scale waste transfer station. That's what's being suggested at Nirabab.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers for this item? If there are no, we need a speaker for before we can speak against. Do I have any speakers for this item? If there are no speakers for this item, I think we can have the right of reply. Councillor Berry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm actually quite shocked, and I'm not sure what some councillors would like this city to do with the waste. This has been going on for some time. The city needs to be prepared, and we've spent many months going through reports. Community engagement has taken place over and above what would normally occur, and due to the amount of misinformation that has been published by others in the community, much time has been spent by our city staff and resources correcting the wrong narrative. We've just heard Wangara will not cope, so we do need a plan. We do need to be prepared, and I'd like everybody to consider what would happen if we don't go through with this plan. If we don't build this, what are the city going to do? Are we just going to leave the waste on people's verges? No, we can't. So we need to be bold, we need to be brave, and councillors, we need to approve this. Thank you.
Councillors, please cast your vote on the substantive, and that is that council acknowledges the feedback from the Nirabut Resource Recovery Precinct Stage 1 community engagement, thanks the community for their input, and instructs administration to progress the detailed design and documentation for Nirabut Resource Recovery Precinct 1. Please cast your vote. We're waiting for one councillor. Okay, we have 11 councillors supportive of the substantive and 3 against. Those against Councillor Hugh Nguyen, Councillor Vin Nguyen and Councillor Aman Seif. We now go to item ASO 30226, the Nirabut Resource Recovery Precinct Stage 1 Local Government Act Section 3.59 Business Plan Advertising Outcomes. Do I have a mover and seconder for this item? Move Councillor Wright, seconded. Councillor Berry. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think everything's been
Mayor, can I just ask for clarification? Previously, Councillor Nguyen asked for a procedural motion to bring the one item forward.
Yes, that's correct.
So we've moved on to the next item.
That's correct.
But that wasn't in his motion.
Oh, the procedural motion was to bring both of the Nirabut items forward. Yes, it was. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think everything's been said in the previous item.
Councillor Berry, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you. I'd agree with Councillor Wright that I think we've covered everything tonight, and I think the community's covered quite a lot that they wanted covered, so I think we just need to vote for it. Thank you.
Are there any speakers against this? I'll go to Councillor Vin Nguyen first because he didn't get that on the last one. Councillor Vin, would you like to
Sorry,
speak against?
I would like to move a procedural motion to defer this item.
And what do you want? Why do you want to defer it?
For the same reasons that was echoed by my colleague Hugh Nguyen earlier, to April.
Okay, do I have a seconder for the procedural motion? Councillor Hugh Nguyen. Okay, and so we go to the vote now to defer this. When do you want this item deferred until? Was it April? Okay. So to defer this item until April, it has been moved by Councillor Vin Nguyen and seconded by Councillor Hugh Nguyen. Councillors, please cast your vote on this procedural motion to defer this item. and the procedural motion has been lost. Those supporting were Councillor Hugh Nguyen and Councillor Vin Nguyen. Those against were myself, Councillor Seif, Councillor Huntley, Councillor Miles, Councillor Bedworth, Councillor Smith, Councillor Figg, Councillor Rowe, Councillor Wright, Councillor Berry, Councillor Parker and Councillor Coetzee. So, Councillor Vin Nguyen, do you want to, we now go back to the substantive. Do you want to speak against that item?
Yes, I do, just briefly. And
sorry, Mayor, just to interject. I'd just like to get it on the record of mine and Councillor Wright's previous impartiality declaration as well, if we could. Do you want me to read it out again, or shall we just affirm what we said in the previous item?
Well, I know Councillor Wright did both at the same time.
Yeah.
So if you want to do
I'm
the
just
second
noticing
one.
it's not on the record currently, so I just wanted to make sure that's entered appropriately. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Nguyen.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen, go ahead with your...
And I won't take much time to repeat what's been said. Certainly echo my colleague, Councillor Hugh Nguyen, sentiments earlier regarding the issues, and I do share those concerns. I am certainly disappointed that this has been, the previous item has been approved and we're considering this other item. And the waste to transfer facility is not a separate part. It is part of a master plan. While we've been assured that this is only the first stage of the project and we're not considering the waste transfer facility, it will come back at one stage, and we haven't got any assurance from the city or anyone that it's not going ahead. We do have other sites that are available for...
Can I just ask for clarification? Councillor Nguyen is saying about a waste transfer station. Does he mean waste to energy, not the waste transfer station? Because it's waste transfer station that we've actually just approved. Thank you.
Sorry, it is a waste to energy facility.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Berry. So for the same reasons that I am not supporting this item, it is part of that master plan for the waste to energy facility to be a consideration. We simply can't ignore that. It is part of the master plan. It's going to affect every residence near or far the site. I'm certainly not going to be supporting this because it's going to affect families, residents, not just our generation, but future generations within the city.
Thank you. Are there any speakers for this item? We have a question from Councillor Figg.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I ask administration, given that the council makes the decision to approve stage one and a potential future waste energy plan would be a stage 2, 3, whatever it may be, is there a way that the current council could even make it so that a waste energy could never be considered by a future council?
Mr. Singh.
I think, Mayor, thank you, Mayor. We haven't done any work on the future stages for this particular, what's been identified in the master plan. Therefore, if you're asking for advice, we haven't done that work, so we can't give you that advice to make a decision one way or the other.
Thank you. If you've got another question, Councillor Figg.
Sorry, I'll clarify. It's not whether there's an ability to approve or not. Is there any way that we could stop a future council from approving a waste to energy site at some stage in the future? The answer by me, this question may be a bit rhetorical.
I think Ms Coles might be able to answer that better. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Figg. Councils can adopt policies, but policies can always be changed by future councils. So unfortunately, it's not something that you can bind them to. Similarly, if you make a resolution on it, a resolution that's not been enacted can be, what's the word? Revoked. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? You have a question, Councillor Seif?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is, If stage 1 is approved, is there alternative locations for a future waste to energy facility other than this facility, and can it be removed from this current master plan and business plan?
Mr. Singh.
Mayor, I think at this stage, the master plan identifies a future site at this particular location. The whole idea of precinct is to have all kind of waste being managed at a single site. That's the whole idea. The master plan did have certain waste management facilities at the front or southern side, and on the northern side were circular economy type waste management or recycling facilities there. That's for the future as well. So if council were to consider establishing different facility at different sites, then council will have to consider what are the options and give that direction to administration to consider that at some stage.
You have another question?
Thank you. So I was previously advised that stage 1 doesn't include the waste to energy, and that is correct, it does not. And I agree with Councillor Berry's comments. It is not a tip, there has been misinformation. However, administration did advise me that say stage 1 goes ahead and then we get to stage 2, which may include a type of waste to energy, and there's multiple types, not just an incinerator, that it would come back to council and that the community would be engaged again, and that we would be able to locate a waste to energy facility in another location. Now I'm hearing otherwise.
What's the question?
So the question is, after just having heard administration advise that everything has been designed to be kept together, which is the first, the question is, will a waste to energy facility come back to council? Will the community go through a community consultation again? And will council have the ability to vote to stop a waste to energy in this location? I'm not against waste to energy, just perhaps not in this location.
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, they are the decision for council in future when they are needed. I think we can't preempt one way or the other at this point in time. Therefore, yes, master plan makes provisions for provides site for a future management of residue waste at that site, and one of the options could be waste to energy or whatever available at that time from technology point of view. Having said that, it will be for council to make a decision to go ahead or not to go ahead. Council could choose at that time to, if another site is available, to go there. But the master plan, I gave initially a context of the master plan. The master plan makes provisions for all kind of waste to be managed at one site.
Thank you. You have another question, Councillor Seif.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just to clarify, so I understand exactly what I'm voting for, please. If we vote yes to this item, does that mean we are voting yes for a waste to energy facility to be located at this location in stage 2?
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. No, that's not the case. The stage 1 is only for 3 facilities as outlined earlier.
Thank you. Councillor Rowe, do you have a question?
I do, Mayor. From the administration's perspective, are all master plans delivered identically in terms of what the final project looks like? Is it always an identical match based on what the master plan considered at the time?
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. I may refer that to Mr. Ford to respond.
Thank you, Mayor. The master plan is a high-level plan that's developed over a period of time. The idea of the master plan is that we keep all our options open so that when we get to a stage where we have to make a significant decision, we have the options to do so. In developing the master plan, we move forward with just stage 1, which is the CRC, the waste transfer station, and the MRF facility, and that's what's in the business plan that's before you right now.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers for this item? if there are no speakers for this item, Councillor Berry, no, it's Councillor Wright. You have the right of reply.
Thank you, Mayor. I will exercise my right as we had a councillor speak against. Look, I'll keep my comments short, and I know the attention has been on the waste to energy facility, and as reiterated in previous comments, and I also have on the record from administration in writing via email, Council can make a decision at any time to take anything out of a master plan. It is Council's document, and at any time we can change that document. A master plan is a plan. All right, it's the same as a budget. A budget is a budget. It's not the actual. Things change. So I just want to make that clear. My personal view, I'm not convinced waste to energy will go through in the later term. I think there'll be new technology by then with the rapid pace that we're moving at. However, it is a decision for a future council. May not necessarily be us around the table by the time that decision comes. But at the end of the day, we have kept the option open. There will be new other technology that I think will come into place. Otherwise, the community will have the exact same rights to be able to participate in that process. And I'm sure that the city will take the learnings from this current engagement process and improve for next time. And I take that feedback on board as well. It hasn't been an easy process for everyone, and it's a massive amounts of information to process in such a short time. I think it is responsible that we keep our options open. However, everyone will be entitled to have their say, both at a council level and both at a residential level, as well as the various approval stages throughout the process, which is now out of the city's control. So I just urge council to consider, we're not approving waste to energy. A future council can take it out at any time. And at the end of the day, technology is moving at a rapid pace. We didn't have AI 2 or 3 years ago, and now look at us, we're having automated employees in the workplace. Things are moving at a rapid changing pace. And again, I'm convinced that technology will change by then, and we will probably be looking at other more innovative technologies. And as I forgot your name, but the resident in the audience, you mentioned about the circular economy. I'm sure there'll be better options that are more at that higher level of the pyramid scheme that aims more aligned to circular economy. So I commend to council to support this.
Thank you, councillors. Please cast your vote. And I declare the substantive has been passed with 12 councillors for, 2 against. The 2 against are Councillor Hugh Newen, Councillor Vin Newen. Those 4 are myself, Councillor Seave, Councillor Huntley, Councillor Miles, Councillor Bedworth, Councillor Smith, Councillor Figg, Councillor Rowe, Councillor Wright, Councillor Berry, Councillor Parker and Councillor Coetzee. We will do one more item because I think there are people in the chamber to deal with that item. We will now go to PS 030226, consideration of draft local planning policy number 4.22, unhosted short-term rental accommodation following advertising. And I wish to declare an interest in this agenda item. As I do Airbnb from home, and it's a financial interest, I will leave the room. Thank you.
Okay, councillors, so this is PS 030226, consideration of the draft local planning policy 4.2. Councillors, in your green folder tonight you actually had an alternative presented by Councillor Wright, and you had an amendment by Councillor Rowe. Councillor Rowe, is that amendment still standing?
Chair, I will be withdrawing the amendment on the basis that the alternative, should it be tabled, includes the amendment, and I have been advised that we will be able to split that out and vote independently on that clause.
Yeah, that is correct. So if the substantive doesn't get a mover or seconder or falls over, I have got the alternate here, and you're happy for the council, if the alternate gets up, to vote on 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, and then vote separately on item 6 on that alternate. With that said, councillors, bearing in mind we have an alternate, is there a mover or seconder? Can I have a mover and a seconder for PSO 30226? So PSO 30226, which is the substantive. If there are no movers for the substantive, I will ask, is there an alternate? Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, I have an alternate I wish to move, and that's seconded by Councillor Vin Nguyen.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Look, I won't take up too much time. There was some questions at the briefing session around the particular clause about the minimum 2-night stay, and I've summarised sort of some of the key themes and reasons that were brought up, having further discussions with our economic development team as well. In my view, that there is no evidence that a 2-night stay will effectively reduce the likelihood of one-off gatherings. I've done some of my own research. Platforms like Airbnb and Booking.com have extensive policies that restrict parties in all of their venues or homes, whatever you want to call them. So I think it's quite clear that some of these companies take a strong stance and give the owner of the booking the permission to terminate a booking at any time and to evict those tenants out that have booked. I also want to highlight that within our city's tourism strategy, the biggest number of tourists that come to the city of Wanneroo is the visiting friends and relative category. We have a lot of people from the UK, New Zealand, etc., Vietnam that come and want to spend time with family. Sometimes they range from one night all the way up to long periods of time. But I think it's important to make sure that we do have closely accommodated options for those families and friends that are coming to visit, which also boosts our economy because they spend money in the city of Wanneroo, they dine at our local restaurants, they shop at our local venues. The other thing that I wanted to mention is around the economic impact on residents, and that mandating a minimum stay has the direct cause of loss of revenue for local residents that rely on that short-term market. It could be someone being evicted, it could be someone facing domestic violence that can't afford a hotel. Often Airbnbs are a cheaper alternative for people to come in, and it might just be a quick transit stay before they find suitable accommodation or with a service provider to look after their needs. It's not just tourists that we're talking about. The last thing is I definitely support and full credit is given to Councillor Rowe around the need for data around our rental market and impact on housing availability, which is always important and I think will be a bit more of a strategic focus from all of us with our new planning scheme that we've got in progress. So I certainly welcome the opportunity to actually have a look at it at a holistic level. I'll keep my comments there, Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vin Nguyen, do you want to
No,
speak
just reserve
to second
my right. I'll just reserve my right to speak.
You can't reserve your right. You're a seconder.
I'll speak briefly then. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I've raised a number of concerns at the briefing session a couple of weeks ago, and it doesn't make sense to me that a condition to impose a minimum 2-night stay should be a condition as part of this change. Certainly, it doesn't support the argument that somehow it will prevent a party occurring at a Airbnb or a unhosted facility. Certainly, I did say that no one will be advertising that they have the best party house. A lot of policy do prevent people from using a house for anything other than to reside in there. The policy on other matters broadly agreed. I was also concerned regarding the other items, but overall, I will support this item with the proposed alternative.
Thank you, Councillor Vindman. Does anybody want to speak against this item? Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm speaking against items 1 to 5. First, I just want to acknowledge the work of the administration, particularly Nick, Sarah and Chris, who met with me to have a bit of a robust discussion about this item well in advance of it coming before us. I think that shows great due diligence by our administration. I can't support it on the basis of 3 reasons, Deputy Mayor. The first, I don't believe that the city can proactively manage complaints about nuisance party complaints and parking complaints that will originate as a result of an increase in the applications of unhosted short-term rental. In terms of the existing platform protections that are referred to by the mover, I'm not satisfied beyond reasonable doubt that the platforms enforce the bans upon the people who are booking or hosting their accommodation. And finally, I believe that the city has a role to play in the housing affordability crisis, and this role is beyond the supply of estates for residential land in the urban sprawl. And I don't believe that this policy contributes to addressing that crisis. I believe that it contributes to furthering that crisis.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Is there anybody wish to speak for the motion? If there are nobody wishing to speak for the motion, Councillor Wright, do you wish to reserve your... You're going to speak?
No, I'll leave it there. I'll reserve my right.
Good choice. Okay, councillors, we're going to do this in 2 sections. So first of all, the first part is we're going to be voting on items 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 in that section. So all those in support of item 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, please cast your vote. Is that everyone? Yeah, because I'm voting. Okay, so it's carried 11 to 2. The Mayor obviously being out of the chamber, and I've obviously done the vote up here on my behalf. Voting on item 6, the final one of the proposed alternate. All those in favour of item 6 of the motion, when it comes up. So item 6 is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. I believe the Mayor requested a 5-minute break before we went on to our next items. So we'll adjourn for 5 minutes. It is only 5 minutes because we've still got people in the chamber.
Okay, I declare the meeting open again at 21:10. Councillor Berry, you have something to say to me?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor. Can I please move a procedural motion to bring item MN03/0226, Councillor Berry's dogs on leads, forward, please?
Do I have a seconder for the procedural motion? Councillor Hugh Newen, could we please vote on the procedural motion to bring item MN03/0226 forward in the agenda, please? And that, Councillor Coetzee, Councillor Huntley. Councillor Huntley's out of the door at the moment, but so I declare that passed anyway, because with the 13 councillors that are in the room. We now go to item MN03/0226. Do you have a seconder for this item, Councillor Berry?
I do, Councillor Rowe.
Okay, Councillor Berry, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This seems to be a bit of a controversial night tonight, and I'm not really unsure why this one's going to be controversial, but it has been. There are many residents in the city of Wanneroo that do not own a dog. In fact, there are more households without a dog than with a dog. And some of those residents quite rightly, would like to attend parks and recreational facilities without dogs bounding over to them. Not everybody is confident around dogs. Currently, due to an historic council decision over a decade ago, the City of Wanneroo is not completely aligned to the State Government Dog Act. The Dog Act requires dog owners to keep their dogs under control, which includes using a leash in public places. In September 2014, the City designated all public reserves, apart from road and street reserves and a few others that were listed, as suitable dog exercise areas. I believe we should revoke this decision and align back to the Dog Act with provision to enable choice, and if an area is not signed as otherwise, dogs should be on a leash. Since 2014, the city's population has expanded rapidly, which has seen an increase in dog ownership. This expansion will continue as the Northern Coastal Corridor grows and East Wanneroo starts. Administration have made comments and see the proposal has merit. The first comment from administration is regarding criteria and what would be needed to assess suitable areas. Surely, before we start East Wanneroo, this would be a great time to add this to our standard processes, so recreational areas are considered and some deemed suitable for off-leash and some on-leash, assuring planning ahead for all community needs. With the city having over 500 parks, recreational areas, reserves and beaches, surely this city can provide a balance of areas where dogs are required to be on a leash and other areas where they can be off the leash across the suburbs. This motion was never about dog attacks or blanket bans on dogs, and I'm disappointed, again, that some of the reporting has indicated this and agitated dog owners, when this is not about banning them enjoying spaces with their furry friends, but requiring some of those spaces to require their furry friend to accompany them on a lead. We get many complaints about dog poo in children's play areas, especially in sand. If dogs are on a leash in these areas, they can hardly do their business without the owners noticing. We can't make provision for those dog owners that are selfish and do not pick up after their dog, but we can try and ensure play areas, for example, are areas where dogs are required to be on a leash. This also enables young children not confident around dogs that have not got a dog at home to play without fear. I expect all of us have had a time where you've had a dog approach you and the owner from metres away shouts, "It's okay, they're friendly." Well, it's not okay. Many in the community are vulnerable on their feet and they too would like to go a walk in areas where dogs are on a leash so they don't get bowled over by an over-friendly or not so friendly dog. A dog off the leash running around can unsteady them, trip them up and cause unintended injuries. Some injuries in older residents, such as broken bones, are harder to heal than in our younger generation, and I believe we should be considering the needs of all our residents. You heard a statement earlier from Margaret and how dogs are problematic from her. This isn't just her, this applies to many people. Some dog owners also have concerns about their own dog, and they do the right thing. They walk them on the leash to limit interactions with other dogs. They too then experience dogs off leash approaching them that can again cause problems and unintended consequences. In December 2018, the previous Director of Community and Place, Debbie Terreling, issued a statement on the city's website outlining the responsibilities of dogs under the Dog Act. She stated it was disappointing that many dog owners failed to take their responsibilities seriously and highlighted that to the date of her statement, there had been 304 dog attacks in the city of Wanneroo on people and animals. And the majority of these were caused by irresponsible owners failing to control their pets in public places. At that time, she urged dog owners to keep their dogs on a leash when out in public, ensure control of a dog when exercising them off-leash at parks, to never allow their dog to approach another person without that person's consent, and to keep their dog away from other animals. It's 2026, and guess what? We've got the same problems, same issues, and same challenges. Over the last 3 years, there has been 648 dog-on-dog attacks and 603 attacks on a child or adult. I will confirm these figures came from administration, as I have been asked.
Excuse me, Councillor Berry, you're at over 5 minutes. Are councillors happy for an extension? I'll give you extension for until 7 minutes, okay?
Thank you. I know owners have lost their dog after an attack from another dog off the leash, and understand no one sets off to walk a dog with their dog expecting something bad to occur. These things do happen though, and we have the ability plan for everybody's needs and put some parks where dogs are all required on a leash. I'd like to acknowledge administration is currently doing a body of work on fenced dog exercise areas, but this still does not address providing non-dog owners with spaces that are dog on leash. Combining the work makes complete sense, but the intent of this motion is to align council back with the intent of the Dog Act, and whilst doing that, provide everyone with a choice of areas on leash and off leash. Misquoted by many, the intent was never to ban dogs having freedom. The intent was to cater for the whole of our community, not just dog owners and their furry friends. Thank you all for listening, and I'd really appreciate everyone's support for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Berry. Councillor Rowe, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Mayor. I will be brief in the interest of time. When Councillor Berry told me about this motion, I was slightly triggered because we just went through a marathon debate about dogs on lead in conservation reserves towards the latter half of 2025. And Councillor Berry's assurances to me, which is what the report has indicated tonight, is that it is an informing motion to commence an investigation that will report back to Council. As part of that investigation, it will consider a myriad of factors that are outlined in the report, and what I hope will be also included as part of that investigation is our existing education program and the materials that we provide dog owners and members of the community about their rights, their protections and their responsibilities. So I just remind Council, it's an investigation motion, and instead of getting the cart before the horse, because often when these kinds of matters are discussed, we go into highly operational questions about specific parks, things that should be identified through the investigation and ultimately reported back to Council. So not only in the interests of time, but in the interests of having a high-level discussion of this motion at this early stage, I would just encourage Council to not get down into the weeds when we start asking questions.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against this motion? Oh, do we have a question, Councillor Wright? Oh, you want to speak against? Okay, Councillor Wright, would you like to speak against this item?
Thank you, Mayor. I wish to speak strongly against this motion. This proposal rushes to conclusions and is driven by emotion rather than hard facts. If you look at the report, the justification for this massive shift relies entirely on a growing community perception that dogs-related incidents are increasing. We should be making decisions based on data, not just perceptions. Instead of focusing on blanket on-lead bans, our priority should be on responsible owner education, which I know Councillor Berry also agrees with, as she mentioned it in her speech. Has anyone actually thought about the unintended consequences of this? The recommendation asks the administration to identify just 2 to 3 off-lead locations for each suburb. Where are all these dogs going to go? We are talking about forcing hundreds of dogs of all different sizes and temperaments into just a couple of parks per suburb. Cramming them into bottlenecks is a recipe for disaster and will likely cause more of the exact incidences this motion claims to want to prevent. Other consequences include lack of parking and potential traffic issues near these 2 to 3 parks, which will be identified in the investigation. Even if council entertain this, the practical reality is that we simply do not have the range of resources to actively monitor and enforce this. If we pass this, our rangers' time will be diverted from other critical situations. Instead of being proactively on the road, they will be forced to act as detectives, spending their time investigating incidences long after they have already occurred. We also need to remember that council already dealt with this issue just last year in November 2025 regarding dogs on lead in nature reserves. We reached a pretty solid position as a council. Furthermore, the Community Facilities Business Unit is already scheduled to prepare a comprehensive animal exercise park strategy, which this council brought forward to a 26-27 financial year. Even our own administration explicitly recommends that any changes to align with the Dog Act be progressed only after this strategy is completed to ensure our decisions are evidence-based. Why are we rushing into preempt of our own planned strategy? Finally, do not get me started on the administrative costs in diverting resources to work on this investigation motion, which halts and delays staff from working on the current community facilities framework. If we proceed with this idea, it triggers a formal public consultation process once that investigation comes back, and staff will have to spend hours compiling feedback and preparing yet another report for us to consider. This is a complete waste of staff time and city resources. We should be focusing our energy on things like the long-term financial plan and matters that take our city forward, not backward. I urge you all to vote against this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers for this item? We have a question. Councillor Bedworth.
Thank you, Mayor. Through yourself, just one question. Can administration confirm that the city's current designation of off-lead exercise areas is made under the powers expressly provided by the Dog Act and therefore in line with it, or not?
Ms Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. The answer is yes. Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Hugh Newen.
Thank you, Mayor. Maybe if I may direct the question at the elected member proposing the motion. When we talk about to investigate, requesting administration to investigate, are we talking about including in that investigation a community consultation process?
I understand they'd have to do a community consultation process, yes.
Any other questions? Question? Okay, so Councillor Figg, you had your hand up for speaking for or against? For. Councillor Figg.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got a few points I want to raise with regards to this motion, and to say that I've been on the fence is a bit of an understatement. I've been flip-flopping around. I was going to make a metaphor, but I won't bother. So I guess I'll start by saying I've just got a new dog. I live in Yanchep. I walk it every morning, and though I don't want to get into the weeds, I do want to make the example that 3 to 4 to 5 times a week I walk my dog on lead, and I have to avoid parks because dogs are running around these parks. I know it's a personal example, but I think it is evidence that these things do happen. People avoid public places because dogs are on lead, off lead rather, at all of them. This is a small park, it's probably not suitable for it, and I imagine, subject to the city's investigations, if this was to pass, it would be one of those parks that's excluded as a dog off-lead exercise area, at a guess, and rightly so in my mind. On the same note of having a new dog and James's point about education, I received the registration paper for the dog. In that letter was a sheet with the information on the dog, the registration number, the microchip number, and nothing at all about what I should or shouldn't do as a dog owner within the city, which I thought was pretty staggering. It was a stark reminder that sometimes we do our communications very well, and sometimes we don't. Another aspect that was raised by Councillor Wright on this occasion was about the use of ranger resources. And whilst I understand that this would be a larger footprint of policing, it'd be far easier to police in a practical sense. Rangers don't have to go into a park and find out if someone has good recall of their dog. They will see them off their lead, and they will not be, there's no grey area, it's black and white. Again, on to injuries of people. In Yanchep, there are a number of people in the last 3 or 4 years. I used to walk my old dog, where you hear constantly about people who've been injured by dogs running around, bowling into people. And this is the thing, it's not the dogs, and we know that. It is owners that need to be more responsible for their pets, and I wish we could rely on that. Unfortunately, we just can't in every case. And oftentimes it is the overly friendly dogs, the really nice ones, that happen to bump into people and hurt them through no fault of their own. The final aspect that I wanted to raise, and again, this delves into a particular example, but I think it's a good one. There are, having had my dog and been part of the communities that walk their dog off lead at places, there are about 3 in the Yanchep area that are the dominant ones. When I see some of the discourse about this on social media, particularly on Councillor Berry's Facebook page, people talk about how they'd be all corralled into 1 or 2 parks. They already are, at least in my experience. I don't know the case about other examples, but I know up in our North Ward, that is the example. They do go to 2 or 3 parks in the suburb. It's the other occasions where there's a couple of dogs off lead at the other parks that I think cause issues of people wanting to be able to go around their suburbs without having to worry. And finally, I want to echo Councillor Berry's sentiments that people aren't all comfortable with dogs. I love them, and I love it when they come up to me, and I think we should really take note of the fact that not everyone likes that, and everyone wants to be able to enjoy the outdoors. It's something that we cherish here in Australia, and I commend this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a speaker against? A question, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. One of my questions is looking at the statistics of dog attacks in our city and comparing to other local governments who have a default on lead. Is the administration able to provide any comparison data whether they experience much less attacks?
Ms Davis.
Thank you, through the Mayor. That level of information will be assessed as part of the investigation. I am aware that staff have done a high-level scoot around and we are on par or average to other local councils, but as part of the investigation, should the motion go done.
Another question, Councillor Smith.
Thank you. In Councillor Wright's speech, he mentioned that it may limit the 2 to 3 parks in terms of if the investigation looks at that. Because if this passes, it looks like it will be broadened into the scope of the strategy that the city will be looking at. As part, my question is to administration, can they both fulfil this motion of maybe putting forward 2 to 3 parks, but if they believe that a different option is needed, that they could also present that and fulfil both, if that makes sense?
Ms Davis.
Thank you for your question, and please correct me if I've got it wrong. However, the investigation will give administration the opportunity to look at all the balance of all the needs and bring that back to council.
Thank you. Any speakers against this motion? Question, Deputy Mayor Miles.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. My question first is in administration's comment, item 2, and it talks about community engagement and equity and access. We've just experienced engagement with the community with some other projects. My concern is how would the city be doing that work? I know this is a motion to do the investigation, and I know we're not supposed to get into the weeds, but I'm unsure how administration, as written, will be doing that particular approach.
Ms Davis.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And through the Mayor, the administration is guided by regulation on how that consultation would need to occur. We anticipate that the investigation would be quite detailed, could take about 12 months, and then through our governance team, the engagement process and then the approval process through Council could take possibly another 12 months.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Miles.
Yeah, thank you. And just finally, my other question in relation to the parks, because the motion just says to choose 2 to 3 suitable off-lead locations in each suburb. And I think at the moment we have about 36 or 37 suburbs. What would be the size of a preferred site that we would then say could be an off-lead location?
Ms Davis.
Continuing through the Mayor, again, we would refer to the investigation to unearth all of that information for you and bring that back to Council.
Another question, Deputy Mayor?
No, speak against. Thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Look, I understand the meaning behind it. I think it's a bit early. I would have liked to have seen something come before our concept forum on this item, so we could get a bit more understanding, or I could get a bit more understanding on how just those 2 items would work. I have heard many people today phone me and also email me with regard to dog exercise areas and how people that are walking their dogs are actually part of the active and passive surveillance of our suburbs. So they do a job, especially when you've got yobs around some of our shopping areas. But I think the other concern I have, Mayor, is we have just gone through an 18-month process of looking at dogs in just a few areas and had extensive consultation by the community and the wider community, including TV broadcasts, news stations and the like. I wouldn't like us at this stage to be going down this sort of path until we get a true understanding of what the process would be, how an area would be determined by an administration or council, and how the cost of each one of those areas doing the assessment and obviously the legal process goes. And just also to mention, in answer to the question that was asked by Councillor Bedworth, our current dog bylaws is abiding by the Dog Act. It is not something that is not appropriate for our city. And my final comment would be is when we're adding 4 to 6 new parks every year, that means we would have to negotiate, we would have to then consult and do further work on each one of those every time a park is handed over after the developer has set it up. So on that occasion, I would like to see this. I'm not going to support it, as I think it needs a bit more work before we approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers for the motion on notice? Councillor Smith. Do you have a question?
No, I want to speak for, but I'm happy for Glenn.
Do you want to speak for Councillor Parker?
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Berry, for bringing this motion to Council. This motion is about inclusion for all, residents who own dogs and those who do not. All of the city parks and public areas are for all residents to share equally. No resident at any time should feel unsafe or threatened within those areas. This motion in no way intends to take away or limit the ability for groups of friends and fellow dog owners and walkers to cease their social meetups anywhere in the city. All it aims to achieve is to ensure those opportunities are provided in the safest and most equitable manner for all. The present layered approach must be improved to ensure a true understanding, as Councillor Miles has said, and for those reasons, I'm supporting the motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Do I have a speaker against? You have a question, do you, Councillor Nguyen?
I do have a few questions, and I'll be speaking against after that as well. Just in relation to the recommendation, which suggests that the intent of the Dog Act is that dogs are to be on lead. I can't see where the intent of the Act actually says that. I know the Section 31 states that, but that's not the intent of the Act. Can you please clarify?
Ms Davis?
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. I have the Manager of Community Safety and Emergency Management in the room who would love to answer that question.
Ms Thrush?
Through you, Mayor, this is a motion on notice that was written by the councillors. What it is meaning is that the Dog Act does have a requirement that dogs are on lead. However, it also does say that council can make a determination where dogs can be off lead as a dog exercise area.
Thank you. Do you have another question, Councillor Nguyen?
Yes, so that's just saying that that's not the intent of the Act, because the Act governs, I guess, ownership, safety issues concerning dogs. So when was the last time the Dog Act was amended? Does anyone know? Because I guess the question relates to, well, we're going to the intent of the Dog Act, and the Dog Act is actually enacted in 1976. So that was I don't know, 50 years ago. So I'm trying to work out what is the actual intent of this Act that we're trying to revert back to 180 degree, the U-turn that we're looking at now.
Ms Thrush?
Through you, Mayor, a quick Google search has shown us that the Dog Act was last amended in 2021.
Thank you. Do you have another question?
Yes, do we know what that amendment relates to?
Through you, Mayor, that amendment was the Stop Puppy Farming Amendment.
Stop Puppy Farming Amendment. Councillor Nguyen, you have another question?
No, I will speak against this item. Certainly, I don't agree. This is reverting to the intent of the Dog Act. The preamble is not on here, so we obviously don't know what Parliament intended, but it's not the intent of the Dog Act that all dogs need to be on lead. As was explained, council do have the power to make laws and regulations on how dogs are to be kept in the community, among other things, registrations and other things in the Dog Act. Now, yes, we had a lot of discussions in November last year, and this seek to extend what was agreed by council at that time. Nothing has changed since then. There's been no further discussions, no other evidence that we have. The problem that's been raised by my colleague is there's been a number of dog attacks. We've heard that before. And the only solution is to have this blanket ban on the entire city of Wanneroo. While the recommendation is just to investigate, but we know that we don't simply just to investigate. Investigation do turn things into action after that. So it's not without its consequence. We are penalising all dog owners for a few bad dogs, bad puppies. So it's, if I can speak on behalf of the dogs, you know, woof woof, it's unfair. So we really need to have.
It is getting late, isn't it, councillors?
Say that on the front page of the newspaper.
We do
have you finished?
We do need a balanced, considered and appropriate response. And I think what we have is the right balance on the rights of our dogs, the rights of our residents. I'll stop there, thank you.
Finish off with
Okay, have we got questions or someone speaking for? Okay, how many questions? I haven't got 5 questions on this item. Councillor Parker, and I'll work around the room.
Sorry, could we just be reminded of how many dog attacks have been on dogs and on humans in the last, was it 3 years that you were quoting? I just can't remember that figure.
Yeah, I can re-quote it. Over the last 3 years, there's been 648 dog-on-dog attacks and 603 attacks on a child or adult.
Unbelievable, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Jackie Huntley, you've been quiet tonight. I'll give you some time to ask a question. Is it asking a question?
Okay, first question is, sorry, what is actually happening regarding dog provision in the city? I know there are going to be changes in the policy, and I do believe that is happening this year. Can we have a summary of what's being looked at right now?
Ms Thrush. Ms Davis.
Thank you, Councillor Huntley, for your question. The motion on notice tonight, without us engaging in any kind of debate, was requesting that we investigate reverting the intention of the Dog Act. So I'm not quite sure of the question.
Councillor Huntley.
I do believe that the city is actually looking at providing certain aspects for dogs, e.g. fenced areas, etc., and looking at the way we're going to establish new parks. Is that correct?
Ms Davis.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for clarifying the question. Yes, that is correct. As is nominated on page 582 of your agenda, the animal exercise park strategy, as well as some work into what's happening in beaches as well, dog beaches.
Thank you. Do you have another question, Councillor Huntley?
Yeah, can I just have, talking of, we know how many dog attacks have occurred over the past couple of years, but can we compare that to how many dogs the city has in its location at the moment?
Ms Davis.
Thank you, Councillor Huntley. Yes, absolutely, that level of interrogation would happen as part of the investigation process to balance the needs in its response back to Council.
Councillor Huntley.
So can you confirm that we actually at the moment cannot make a determination of how many dogs that is compared to?
Continuing through the Mayor, thank you, Councillor. We do have some level of data available to us. That is correct.
So can we have an idea of how many dogs are registered in the city?
Yes, we can also provide that information. Those statistics aren't available in front of me tonight.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor C, if you have a question.
I've heard a lot of good reasons, merit for and against, and Councillor Figg has said he'd been flip-flopping on this one. I feel very uncomfortable making decisions that where we're not fully informed. Does administration think this item, I don't know if I can ask this, but I will anyway. Does administration think this item may be worth coming to forum?
Ms Davis.
Thank you, Councillor. Administration will enact the decision of Council should it decide to prioritise the motion that's been put in front of you tonight.
Councillor C.
So can I move a procedural motion that it be sent to forum, please?
Do I have a seconder for that?
Mayor, on the basis of clarity, you'll need to ask for a reason and you'll need to ask for the
yes, that's
timeframe.
true. A reason
We're
and a
going to do
time
process
frame.
tonight.
Yes, a reason and a time frame.
The reason is there's 27,000 dogs registered and we need more information to make an informed decision.
Okay, and what time by?
Not the next forum, the one after it.
Oh my gosh.
June.
By June?
Yes, please.
Okay. Do we have a seconder for this procedural motion to defer it for more information? Councillor Wright, I'll give... no, Councillor Wright can't move a procedural motion because he's already spoken to the item. Councillor Huntley, have you asked questions or spoken for the item? Okay, and Councillor Huntley can second it, I think. Okay, so now we go to the vote of the procedural motion to defer this item for more information to a concept forum by June. And the procedural motion has been passed, 11 supporting, 3 against. Those against are Councillor Smith, Councillor Figg and Councillor Rose. Those supporting it are myself, Councillor Seif, Councillor Hugh Nguyen, Councillor Huntley, Councillor Miles, Councillor Bedworth, Councillor Vin Nguyen, Councillor Jordan Wright, Councillor Helen Berry, Councillor Parker and Councillor Coetzee. We now go back to the agenda proper. And that takes us to ASO 102-26, Neve Road Safety Improvements, Federal Safer Local Roads and Infrastructure Program. Do I have a... Thank you so much for saying so late. You haven't got an answer. We will get... Thank you. Thank you for staying. Appreciate it. Okay, do I have a mover and seconder for ASO 102-26? Moved, Councillor Rowe. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Figg. I'll go with that for now. Councillor Rowe, would you like to speak to this item?
I've read the report and support the recommendation.
Councillor Figg, would you like to speak to this item?
No, I think Councillor Rowe has articulated it perfectly. Thank you.
Okay, do I have any speakers against this item? We have questions. Councillor Miles, Deputy Mayor Miles,
Yeah,
sorry.
thank you, Mayor and councillors. This was a late item and I do have some concerns about it. As when this was advertised in the local paper by the federal member about the funding, a lot of people in the Meridian area did contact me, and whilst they had a laugh about it, they couldn't work out why would we do the work. My first question is to administration is on page 1 it articulates that the RAC Risky Roads Community Survey is where administration got the idea for applying for some funding or checking out the road safety. What other roads within the city has been listed on that survey?
Mr Singh.
Mayor, I don't have that in list with me. I'll have to take that on notice.
Thank you. Any other questions? Deputy Mayor Miles.
I'll turn myself off. Thank you. The other question was, it does indicate in the report also that there was 6 reported crashes on that area, and also one of those, a couple of those were a severity crash, which means that somebody did pass away. Does administration have any data on which ones of those were suicide attempts?
Mr Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll probably have to analyze the data available from main roads. All the crash data we use to analyze, we received that from main roads of last 5 years. So we'll have to look into that one. If were they were able to establish any reasons for those crashes.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. The other, when you...
Deputy Mayor Miles.
Yeah, thank you. The other question I have on the same page, it talks about crashes where cars had left the road and had run-off crashes. Out of those 6, what was the reason for those cars leaving the road?
Mr. Singh.
Again, Mayor, I'll have to analyze the data which we can get from main roads for last 5 years for that particular stretch of the road.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Miles.
Thank you. On page 161, it obviously makes comment to the fact that we're going through major upgrades in East Wanneroo as part of the East Wanneroo District Structure Plan. In this particular section of Neves Road, is there going to be another intersection going through, like Rousseau Road or whatever, intersecting with Neves Road? If so, would that not be then paid for and upgraded by the developer contributions?
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. I do understand the Franklin Road, when it gets extended towards, it will join with Neves Road. And I think that as part of that development, developers will fund that section of extension of Franklin Road joining with Neves Road. And Neves Road, after its upgrade, is likely to remain in this current shape and current alignment post the development.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Miles.
Yeah, as part of that, that work that has to happen as part of the East Wanneroo District Structure Plan, the West Australian Water Corp are putting in the major pipelines along that road for the new desalination plant. My understanding is they'll also be putting that pipe directly in parallel to the road. Would they not be then having to make good the road once they've dug it up?
Mr. Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yes, that is the requirement for all service authorities. If they do dig up our infrastructure, they reinstate it to the existing condition or better.
Thank you. Another question, Deputy Mayor Miles.
Yeah, thank you. When the administration put in the application to go to this, I think, SLRP, SLRIP funding, did the council actually approve that, or did administration just do that as part of their normal business practice?
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. For programs like this one, we do look at what are the roads listed in our long-term financial plan, and we do make applications, but the acceptance of funding comes back to council.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Miles.
Yeah, thank you. And I guess the crux of the matter for me is administration are asking this council to adopt this report and to move $3.75 million from year 6 and 7 to next year's budget. What projects are then going to be moved back to compensate for this being brought forward?
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. As part of, so depending on council's decision, we'll look at our transport portfolio projects for next 7 years, and there will be need to adjust some of them within that 7-year period to make sure that we deliver what was originally intended in those 7 years. Yes, this has to be brought forward to pay for this now, and some others will have to move. More than likely, we'll look at our transport asset renewal program and see whatever that is funded from city's own sources may have to be pushed back to make room for this one. If any project is funded through grants, which we normally apply for road rehabs or black spots, they will remain intact. Traffic treatments are likely to remain intact. It'll be more asset renewal program in transport sub-program. We'll look at that one to spread it out to the later years.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Miles, one more question, then I'll go to Councillor Wright.
Yeah, thank you. The first one on page 163, you've articulated a diagram there on what some of the funding is and the costs. Are those prices that you've listed in there, is that a fixed cost? Are you not going to come back to council and request further funding if those numbers are not correct?
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. These estimates are based on our concept designs, which we submitted to apply for the grant. So obviously, as part of detailed design, we'll do further costings for the cost estimates, and it'll be subject to the tender procurement anyway in the end.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep my questions to three. My first one is in regards to the financial amount, 3.75 million. Can I confirm that this is unbudgeted in our LTFP and city's budget process at this current stage?
Mr. Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. This project is listed in our LTFP in year 6 and 7. To be delivered, so again, and they funded through the grant and through city's own sources.
And I suppose a supplementary
Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mayor. I suppose a supplementary to that question is how much is currently earmarked in the long-term financial plan for this project?
Mr. Singh.
I need to check that. On my understanding, it is a full $7.5 million, but listed in year 6 and 7.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. My last question is, so the project scope is only to provide 1.5 metres sealed shoulders and 3.7 metre wide lanes. Is that the entire scope of the project, or is there more required other than those two items?
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. That is the scope of work for the section chosen for this application.
Any other questions? Councillor Figg has a question.
Yeah, thank you. Just one following on from Councillor Wright's question there. So in the LTFP, it's currently listed as 7.5 million. Maybe I missed an answer to a question before, but did that 7.5 million in years 6 and 7 include both city source and grant funding in that?
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm 99% certain that is the case, but I can confirm that it is listed the way it has been proposed here now, but it's in outer years.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against the item? If there are no speakers against the item, Councillor Rowe, you do have the right of reply if you would choose. Okay, so therefore, councillors, please cast your vote. Okay, so we have 9 supporting this item and 3 against. Those against are Councillor Huntley, Councillor Miles and Councillor Bedworth. Those 4 are Councillor Seif, Councillor Smith, Councillor Figg, myself, Councillor Rowe, Councillor Wright, Councillor Berry, Councillor Parker and Councillor Coetzee. We now go to CP 020226, which is appointment of non-voting members to the Bushfire Advisory Committee. That's on page 275 of the agenda proper, or 273 of the agenda proper. Yes, Councillor Berry, you want to do something?
Yeah, sorry, Madam Mayor. Can we just confirm where the councillor Newans have gone? Are they just having a break, or thank you?
I believe they've left the meeting and gone home. Thank you. That's what I understand. Okay. Do I have a? First of all, the item is to endorse the revised terms of reference for the Bushfire Advisory Committee as shown in attachment 3. 2, appoints the following council members to the Bushfire Advisory Committee as non-voting members in accordance with the Bushfire Advisory Committee terms of reference. Do I have 2 councillors who want to be non-voting members? I've got Councillor Jackie Huntley. And do I have another councillor that wants to be a non-voting member? Deputy Mayor Paul Miles. Okay, so do I have a mover and seconder for this item, please? Moved, Councillor Wright. Seconded, Councillor Seif. Councillor Wright, do you want to speak to this item?
Very suitable candidates. Thank you.
Councillor Seif, would you like to speak to this item?
I think they'll do a fine job.
Okay, any speakers against? Have you got a question, Councillor Smith? Councillor Smith, what is your question?
Thank you, Mayor. As the two delegates are non-voting ones, and I think in the terms and reference it says beyond the delegates, any councillor is welcome to attend. Can I clarify, are the two delegates able to speak and any other councillor who wishes to attend wouldn't be able to speak? Because if none are able to speak, I don't know if we actually need to bother appointing anyone if they're non-voting.
Which one? Ms Thrush?
Through you, Mayor, and thanks for the question. The non-voting members are able to speak at meetings, but they're not able to vote.
You have another question, Councillor Smith?
So if any other councillor were to attend, which it seems that they could by the terms and reference, would they be able to speak as well, or is it only the delegates?
Ms Thrush.
With the permission of the chair of the meeting, yes, they would be able to speak.
Thank you. Okay, so I have any speakers against? Okay, so therefore, councillors, please cast your vote that council endorses the revised terms of reference for the Bushfire Advisory Committee as attached in attachment 3, and 2, appoints Councillor Huntley and Deputy Mayor Paul Miles to the Bushfire Advisory Committee as non-voting members in accordance with the Bushfire Advisory Committee terms of reference. Please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. We now go to item CS040226, which is the warrant of payments for the period 31st of December 2025. And do I have a mover and seconder for this? You've got a question. Do you want to move it, do you? So Councillor Figg wants to move it. Who wants to second it? Councillor Berry. Councillor Figg, you want to speak to this item. Go ahead.
I do not want to speak. I do not want to speak to this item, thank you.
But you wanted it taken out of en bloc. Okay, so if Councillor Figg's moved it, do you want to speak to ask your question and then speak to the item? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Who would have thought this one would be a controversial and long one? I probably wouldn't have put this in the list if I had known. Look, I've only got one question. It's page 484. There's an item in there for about $55,000 to Jackson McDonald lawyers. I'm wondering if we could get an itemised list of exactly what the advice was for. And why it was required, please. Whether that's in a briefing note, I understand it wouldn't be able to be provided now.
I think the General Counsel.
Thank you for the question. I will have to take it on notice, but I'll have a look for you.
Thank you. Councillor Berry, do you want to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, are there any speakers against? If there are no speakers against, councillors, please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously with the councillors that are in the room. We now go to MN010226, Councillor Rowe, undergrounding of power in the City of Wanneroo. Councillor Rowe, do you have a seconder for this?
Councillor Seif.
Councillor Rowe, would you like to speak to this motion on notice?
Thank you, Mayor. I commend the 3 members of the public gallery still here. Unfortunately, I don't think they're here for my motion. It is important. It is important because the most recent time where I raised this in the chamber, it was specifically focused on the city's southern suburbs, the established suburbs that have overground power infrastructure, and what many of my colleagues acknowledged at the time, those who also represent established suburbs, is that they experience these challenges, that their residents experience extended periods of outages. And councillors, I remind you that we were successful in adding this particular issue to our City of Wanneroo advocacy plan throughout the last election cycle. Personally, I don't think we gave it as much courage as it deserved when we met with candidates were met with. I think sometimes we have a tendency to focus on capital projects rather than issues that affect citywide. This motion is simply asking for a report to go through Walga North Metropolitan Zone. We understand that the cities of Joondalup and Stirling are also impacted by this, and we understand that the state government's targeted underground power program will unfairly prioritise inner metropolitan areas first, which means our City of Wanneroo suburbs will not qualify for this program unless there is a change by the state government until the mid-2030s. I'm sure you would agree that is unacceptable for our residents, who often experience extended periods of outages when they have overground power infrastructure, and it usually falls just short of the amount required for Western Power to provide compensation to them. So this is a simple motion, it is an advocacy motion, and I hope you'll support it.
Thank you. Councillor Steve, would you like to speak to this?
I think Councillor Rowe did an excellent job of speaking to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers against? If there are no speakers against, councillors, please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. So we now go to MN 040226. Councillor Wright, usage of Snap, Send and Solve. Do you have a seconder for your motion on notice?
No, that one's free grabs. Nice popular one. Happy to take anyone for a seconder.
I'll second.
Thought it was going to be an in-demand one. All right.
Well, I would have seconded it, but I'm the chairperson, so it really looks bad if I second it. So go ahead and speak to the item, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Rowe, for seconding. Look, I'll keep it short. Look, I'm proud of this motion, and for someone who's been in hospitality and customer service sectors, I think it's really important that the city, at its core, is putting our customers first. Our city's customer first strategy prioritises ease and accessibility, explicitly stating our goal is to make it easier to deal with the city by removing complexity. Furthermore, the strategy commits us to meeting the customer on their channel of choice. The community has already chosen their channel, as this demand for this service is undeniable. As the city provided in their administration comments, we received 7,523 Snap Send Solve requests in 2025, which was a massive increase from the previous year. In the administration's comments within tonight's agenda, which I do find interesting, it is noted that the city currently offers over 120 general and specialised forms, with an additional 50 in development. Frankly, having over 170 different forms is nothing to be proud of. Instead of showing efficiency, it highlights the sheer amount of red tape and the barriers we place in front of our residents. It creates immense friction for people who simply want to report everyday matters like dumped rubbish, graffiti or damaged assets. They have to navigate our website, which I'm glad is in progress, find the correct form and input large amounts of data just to lodge a simple fix. This 12-month trial is a necessary, innovative interim measure. It bridges the gap and delivers on our customer service promises while we wait for the permanent website and CRM renewal projects to be fully developed. I also note that with growing with challenges around finding people in the sector to work in local government, I think to be able to have many of our residents running around snapping, sending and solving issues, I think we're managing to grow our workforce very quickly, and I hope that the city will be able to respond to those requests in a timely manner. So, councillors, let's cut the red tape and meet our residents where they already are. Thank you.
Councillor Rowe, would you like to speak to this item?
I commend Councillor Wright for bringing it forward. We all know the truth of the situation, which is that our existing forms are complex. The system is hard to navigate, and the city has long maintained that Snap, Send, Solve is not our preferred method of receiving inquiry, but the city has done nothing to discourage residents from submitting forms. So at the moment, it is additional administrative burden to have to respond to them. Why not actually, until our CRM system is capable of handling the complexity and the volume of the inquiries coming in from ratepayers, Why not partner with a system that is widespread and used very, very commonly throughout the sector?
Thank you. Any speakers against? I'll go with Bronwyn first because she had a hand up first because I think she had a question. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. In administration's report, it said a quote had gone out and we have not, at the time of the report, received financial costings or estimates. Is there an update on that, please?
Ms Harrison.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mayor. I don't have the details right in front of me, but I understand it's circa $80,000 for the 12-month licence.
Thank you. Councillor Seif. Oh, sorry, you've got another question? Councillor Smith, we'll go to 3 max with you and then we'll go to Councillor Seif. Councillor Smith?
In regards to that amount, could that be covered, I guess, operationally with the savings from any other unit? Because it's currently, I think, unbudgeted. And I guess my second follow-up question is, with that, if it goes through the 12-month trial, when would that potentially start? Because do you have to go out to tender for that? So it might start next financial year, could go through the budget process if it needs to, or as I went to my first question, could it be covered? Thank you.
Ms Harrison.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mayor. Obviously, given current financial position, we would need to interrogate finding those savings in order to enact this. So we would absolutely do that piece of work if this is decided tonight. And in regards to your second question, which just remind me it's a 12-week implementation, so that's captured in the report. Obviously, we could start that immediately, but we need to go through the appropriate steps to make sure it speaks to our existing systems.
Councillor Seif.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I think Councillor Smith has already sort of started asking my question in terms of which budget this comes out of. This looks to me to be operational. What software an organisation selects to use is usually an operational matter. Is that not correct?
Ms Harrison.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mayor. I understand, yes, it is. However, this is a community-driven need, so we're just responding to the question that's been asked.
Councillor Seif.
So with confirmation that this is an operational matter, shouldn't it come out of the operational budget?
Ms Harrison.
Yes, that's correct. That's my understanding.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Seif.
I'm just a little bit concerned that this is actually, I was quite surprised when I saw this, but I've raised it numerous times about operational matters being brought to council. It's extremely concerning to me that we're not making these decisions operationally and that they're being brought to council. If this is passed this evening, my question is, with the ongoing ERP and CRM and everything that gets selected, will we then, because we will be having our residents get used to, and I think it's a great idea, don't get me wrong, I think the software is a great solution and I commend Councillor Wright for noticing the need. But our residents will get used to using this and they may really love it, and there may be another alternative that the administration wants to select as part of the CRM later, which may be equally as good. How are we going to manage that transition, or is administration just going to stick with this going forward then, which then will need additional consultation hours to integrate with whatever ERP they select?
Mr CEO.
Thank you, Councillor Seif, for the question. I think, from my experience, I think Snap Solve is here to stay, no matter what ERP solution we choose. It's widely used by the community. So I think it would be more about whatever product we end up going for from a CRM perspective, looking at integrations moving forward. But I think just because the city changes product isn't going to stop a resident who's motivated to use Snap Solve to not use it.
Thank you. Councillor Berry.
Thank you. I've just got one question. How much time is currently spent by administration following up queries that they get with Snap Send Solve? And I ask that because if they're spending lots of time now and then they get used to using it, is there a way where they're negotiating with Snap Send Solve that the information required can be captured at the time that the resident lodges their Snap Send Solve query? Thank you.
Ms Harrison.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mayor. In relation to the time question, yes, there's a lot of time that can be saved because proceeding with the enterprise solution will mean that the details that are coming through from the resident are received immediately once that integration is complete. So currently what is happening is because we do not have that set up and we're using a different version of it, we have staff that are manually inputting the details into our CRM system to make sure it complies with our governance requirements.
Councillor Berry.
So from what I've just heard, the cost will be partly negated by the time that is then saved from actually being with the Snap Send Solve because they'll get the information and we'll have to keep following up. Is that correct?
Ms Harrison.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mayor, yes, that is correct.
Okay, any other questions? Do I have any speakers against? If there are no speakers against, I think we'll go straight to the vote, councillors. Yeah, I know. And so that was passed unanimously with all of the councillors in the chamber. We now go to item MN 050226, the project proposal pedestrian overpass Wanneroo Road. Councillor Wright, do you have a seconder for this?
Yes, Councillor Huntley.
Councillor Huntley, are you happen to second this item?
No.
No. Is that a no, Councillor Huntley?
It's a difficult one, Mayor. In its form as a walkway, not between buildings, but on the ground.
It's been amended.
Oh, it's been amended.
Yeah, I don't know if the administration had it on the screen.
I will support it then.
Can we see the amendment, please, councillors?
Yeah, I did send it earlier through today to the governance team.
Oh, here we go.
So we'll need some wording on the screen before we can go to this.
So the changes that have been amended was rather than focusing on a plaza-style pedestrian overpass, I've broadened the scope to focus on improving pedestrian connectivity, which could explore overpasses, underpasses, or anything else in between. So it just keeps it broad rather than a specific type of solution, if you want to call it that. Yes, that's correct. That's on the screen.
And you're happy to second that, Councillor Huntley?
I am now, Madam Mayor, yes.
Okay, so is there still an amendment? That's it, it's all agreed, so, okay. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to this motion on notice?
Thank you, Mayor. Look, my second motion tonight addresses a long overdue problem in our community around the impediments that pedestrians face in the Wanneroo Town Centre across Wanneroo Road. Again, as we discussed, I'd note the upfront slight change and I apologise for that. But I knew, I feel like because we spend a lot of time in the chamber together, I get quite used to what people may or may not have concerns about. So I decided to amend it to keep it broad, but it focuses on achieving our goals that the city have put in place through our council plan as well as our active transport plan. As the state government continues to modify the road network to ease vehicle congestion, specifically by removing traffic lights on Wanneroo Road, it creates the unintended consequences of dividing our town centre. It becomes increasingly difficult and unsafe for pedestrians, cyclists, children, those living with a disability and seniors to cross Wanneroo Road. We recognise that the city is not the final decision maker here, because Wanneroo Road is a primary distributor road firmly under the jurisdiction of Main Main Roads WA. However, just because we do not have control over the road does not mean we should abandon our responsibility to have a vision for this precinct. We must be prepared to adopt a strong vision for the area by including these connectivity concepts in the Wanneroo Town Centre Precinct Plan, which is currently under development by our planning team. We are taking the critical first step to fix the fragmented town centre. Formalising this investigation will provide the city with the robust evidence base we need to aggressively lobby the state government for funding required to mitigate the impact of their road modifications and enable the city to also put this into our new draft precinct plan, which is currently underway. We need to create a walkable, safe and cohesive environment, and I ask for your support on this motion so we can begin this vital work. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you. Councillor Huntley, would you like to speak to this motion?
Yeah, very quickly, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I absolutely agree with Councillor Wright. We are going to see an enormous increase in our population in Wanneroo literally within the next 24 months. And how people are going to get across the Wanneroo Road is going to be an issue in the future that we really need to start thinking and planning about. So I support this wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against? I have a question from Councillor Rowe.
Just one question, Mayor. Was this proposal or this item discussed with the potentially soon to be disbanded Wanneroo Town Centre Advisory Group?
Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. There was a meeting, 2 Wanneroo Town Centre meetings ago, which I did raise this as general business, and I know the director also tabled that discussion. As we went over time, the concept was noted, but it wasn't discussed, and I don't think we received any feedback from the current group on that concept.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Bedworth.
Thank you, Mayor. Through yourself, I'm just interested to know if 15th of April is a fair enough blow into the future in order to get something meaningful back.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you. In my original motion, I actually didn't present a time, and it was actually Mr. Director Singh that actually gave me the time, and I was quite surprised as well with the quickness of it. But I'll leave it to Director Singh if he's got anything else to add.
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. We're getting used to the project proposals here. So this one is a project proposal which we have to develop by 15th of April so that Council can consider if Council wishes to allocate funding for a feasibility in next year's budget.
Thank you. Any question, Councillor? Okay, speaking against? Okay, Councillor Berry.
Thank you. I have some concerns with this because there is a lot of areas that are fast growing or have already grown. Catalina has already grown, is already built and already has issues with people getting from Catalina across Anchorage Drive or Dundebar Road to safely go to school, which is no different to this. That got knocked back and 2 people have been killed there. I don't know if there has been fatalities on Wanneroo Road with people trying to cross, and if there has, I'm very sorry. But I'm just not in favour of, some of us have had to wait. There is a lot of growing suburbs, and East Wanneroo is not coming for another 18 months, 24 months, as we've just heard. There is places right now, as I've just said, that have got a need for immediate assistance for residents to cross safely. So I won't be supporting this for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers for? Deputy Mayor Miles.
Yeah, thank you. I'm in support of the project to undertake a feasibility study at this stage. And the reason for is because sometimes we do need to have some of these sort of aspirational projects like underground power and the like, just to go on our advocacy programs. We do not have to put this in our LTFP to fund ourselves. In fact, the city couldn't afford to fund it. And the Wanneroo Road at this stage is actually a main road, and anything that was being proposed would need to have to be discussed with the main roads as well. So at this stage, it's just a feasibility study. If it gets up off the ground and then can be placed onto not the LTFP, but another area of looking for funding. So our candidates at the next federal election, which is coming up in 18 months, will be able to say, well, actually, I'd like to fund that. I think that's a great idea. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other speakers against this item? Councillor Fick.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a difficult one, and I really do understand and appreciate Councillor Wright's putting it to us, and I think it's good to have us have this discussion around pedestrian safety. I think that, and I acknowledge that Councillor Wright has mentioned that this would be ultimately a main roads decision. I think this is probably a bit risky for a local government to get into undertaking a feasibility study into it. If the state government had a program such as the paths to Metronet stations, where they were offering grants for a city to undertake feasibility study, I'd be all ears and very keen to undertake or to vote for it. However, doing it in our own, under our own steam, I think opens us up to potentially having to contribute to something like this. You know, we're the ones having the feasibility study and then proposing it. Maybe funding is forthcoming, but I don't think it'll fully cover the cost, even if it does come to us. I do, however, believe we should strongly advocate for better pedestrian connectivity over the Wanneroo Road. I think it is very congested and very difficult for people to cross when there's a large gap between traffic lights, as there is now. So I'm definitely not against the idea of taking it as an advocacy item. I just don't think we should be doing the work involved with it. But yeah, thank you.
Speakers for? If there are no speakers for, Councillor Wright, I'll give you the right of reply.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Look, I'll keep it, I'll try and keep it short. As the councillors have raised, my intention is not for us to spend money on it. It's just to get a basic concept off the ground to be able to give to funding agencies and state government. I appreciate that Councillor Berry's concerns around other areas within the city, but I do want to add that the Wanneroo Town Centre in our planning framework is the second highest in terms of from Yanchep, which will be the Strategic Metropolitan Centre. So the amount of density and plans that we have, it doesn't function like Catalina or other areas in the city. It's a secondary town centre and it requires a lot more infrastructure under the planning framework. But it's certainly happy for it to be, even whatever comes out of the project proposal, could be a simple thing like we recommend to put in advocacy and some basic information. Whatever it is, it's progress, but at the moment we have nothing, and to sit around waiting for something to happen from state is just not possible. And I think we need to be realistic. If there is stuff we do want to put it, we need to put it on the radar so it can be flagged by candidates and members of parliament that this is something we are interested in pursuing, but certainly appreciate with our financial position not asking council to invest or design anything, just to get a basic proposal that we can use for grant funding for election periods to, I guess, address part of our community safety plan that we've adopted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillors, could you please cast your vote? Passed 10-2, Councillor Bedworth and Councillor Berry against and all the other councillors supporting it. We now go to item 10, late reports, the mid-year review of the Council Plan 2025, 26 to 28, 29 and annual budget 25, 26. Do I have a mover and seconder for the mid-year review? Deputy Mayor Miles, do I have a seconder? Councillor Huntley. Deputy Mayor Miles, would you like to speak to this?
I'm going to take the report as read, as at the time he's slipping away from us.
Councillor Huntley, would you like to speak to the report?
It's same for me.
Do I have any speakers against this? Councillor Rowe.
Thanks, Mayor, and I do appreciate that time is of the essence, but given that dogs took 30 minutes, I think the city's third largest financial document is worth time and consideration. Mayor, for the past few days I questioned whether I should speak against this report, as I have expressed my concerns loudly and consistently over the past 12 months, always on the basis of fact and evidence. Given the size of the mid-year deficit and the weight of our role to, and I quote, oversee the allocation of the local government's finances and resources, I could not remain silent and expect my vote alone to reflect the scale of my concern. Last year I voted against the city's 25-26 budget alongside former Councillor Herridge. As expressed at the time, this was a difficult decision, as I had never envisaged a circumstance or I would not endorse the budget that elected members had workshopped and deliberated on. However, I did not believe that the rate setting proposed by administration adequately prepared the city to deliver the single largest capital works program in history, nor the unprecedented increases in operating expenditure. Preparing for tonight's meeting, I rewatched our budget debate from July and reviewed the extensive article published by Anita McGuinness in Yanchep News on my vote against the budget last year. Last year, I raised concerns about the city's capacity to deliver a capital works program exceeding $135 million. It followed many conversations with our CEO, where we both acknowledged frustrations with the historical tendency to carry forward projects at mid-year review. There were assurances that by improving capacity and project planning work, excessive carry forward could be limited. Fast forward 7 months and the mid-year review proposes a deferral of $14 million or 10% of the adopted revised capital works program. This includes several upgrades and renewals to the city's systems. Councillors would agree that these works are long overdue and that further delay presents a reputational risk for this city and the stakeholders who rely upon us. Second, I spoke in July about the $3 million projected increase in employee costs. Fast forward 7 months and the projected increase at mid-year review is a further escalation of $3 million. Councillors should carefully monitor this figure in the financial activity statements because the increases cannot entirely be attributed to a lower than budgeted vacancy rate. Councillors, this mid-year result should not be a surprise to us. You would recall that the city's 25-26 budget was projected to be in deficit following the end of the workshops last year. This is not confidential information, as our CEO noted at OCM's last year that operating cuts to contingencies and a scaled-back capital program was required for us to even get close to balancing the annual budget. I reflect on the advice we received from then Corporate Director Nolene Jennings, who cautioned that significant drawdown on reserves to fund the largest scale capital works program in history, combined with unprecedented growth to the operating budget, would produce the situation we now find ourselves in. Considering the report tonight, I truly regret the loss of the Director's expertise, knowledge and fiscal oversight. Finally, I would like to state clearly that the annual budget is a document of Council. It is workshopped and endorsed by Council. Uniquely elected members bear the weight of responsibility for its consequences and the projects that are not delivered and the overall financial position of this city. It is both our role and obligation to ask the tough questions. Our ratepayers rightfully expect us to act as stewards for the city's long-term financial sustainability. That entitles us the right to disagree without being disagreeable and to challenge the financial approach put forward by our administration without rebuke. It is a sign of good culture when different, sometimes conflicting views can be presented for healthy, robust debate. Good culture thrives when leadership welcomes alternative perspectives. It becomes unhealthy when those who do not conform to the dominant view are treated with disrespect or contempt. I am totally committed to a strong, healthy culture at the City of Wanneroo, one where dissenting voices are welcomed and encouraged because they strengthen accountability and effective decision-making. Mayor, I cannot support this mid-year review. I'm disappointed that this decision needs to be made, but I'm confident after much reflection it is made objectively and, as always, on the basis of fact and evidence.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Do I have speakers for the mid-year budget? I have a question from Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had one question, and I think the Deputy Mayor touched on a good point in his speech in regards to the LTFP process. And I know councillors have been looking at this report for some time now and having those discussions. I'm just curious from the CEO's perspective to bring forward the LTFP process after budget to, I guess, have more of a focus from council in being able to workshop around
maybe not resetting our LTFP, but prioritising renewals over bringing on new assets, etc. So I think an extension of process would be a benefit to us to avoid having situations like this, but also delivering positive outcomes for the city. So I'm just curious on the administration's position on bringing forward the LTFP process. So we've got more time and more workshops to be able to go through that process.
Mr. CEO.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Wright, and also thanks for your time today and the conversation we had. It was enlightening. And I guess the feedback that I'm getting from councillors informally is that you want to spend more time focusing on the city's strategic financial position. And the best way to do that is through the LTFP. We made a commitment last year that the LTFP would be reviewed and adopted by council annually. What I can do, based upon your question tonight, is sit down with the acting director and also the CFO and map out what that looks like and whether earlier engagement is possible. Obviously, we've got a big budget process we go through and that kicks off soon, but once that's been adopted, we probably will throw our focus on the LTFP. Mind you, we've also discussed having a dynamic and robust document that we continually update. So the works program's constantly being changed depending on a whole series of factors. But I think some strategic guidance from councillors in terms of where you want to go from a capital perspective would be a fantastic discussion. So happy to engage as early as we can.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers for? Do you have a question, Councillor Berry? Councillor Berry?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I've got an amendment for this item.
Do you have a seconder for your amendment?
I do, Councillor Bedworth.
Okay, and what is the amendment?
The amendment is in regard to recommendation 2 and the mid-year budget review and how it's affected the Queen's Rock Sports Club. The amendment was circulated, well, it wasn't circulated, it was put in the green folders earlier tonight for everybody. Can we split items 1 and 2, please?
So, councillors, this was only received this morning. Have any of you councillors had a chance to review this? I'm
sorry, Madam Mayor, it was only received this morning because a meeting with the Queen's Rock Sports and Social Club at the direction of the CEO only took place at 5 o'clock last night.
Yeah, Mr. CEO.
Sorry, Councillor Berry, it's not a criticism of when this was received at all. It's more just have the elected members have had the time to review the documentation, including the admin's comments. So it certainly wasn't a criticism of when this was received, because you are correct. There was a meeting only last night.
Thank you.
So, councillors, I'm going to suspend the meeting for 5 minutes to give you time to read the document. Councillor Smith, do you have a question?
A question just for, I guess, governance. Councillor Berry mentioned if they could be split. I'm just wondering if it can be split or if it's the 299 would be a part of the mid-year budget.
Okay, I want to read the document before that decision is made. Thank you. The meeting is now suspended for 5 minutes to give councillors an opportunity to read the amendment. So, councillors, I've had some advice that we will deal with item 2 of the motion on notice first, and if that gets up, we'll vote.
As part 2 on its own?
Yes, that's right, yeah, which is the amendment, which is what I was just told by Vicky. Yeah, okay. So, councillors, have you had time to read this, and are you happy to discuss it? I actually have a question, because the administration's comment on the back says that the further site works proposed by the club are not planned until after Anzac Day, which is only 8 weeks before the end of the financial year. Is it correct that that is true? And is it correct that your initial discussions with the club, they were happy to start the works in the new financial year? Is that... Councillor Bedworth, he's got a seconder. Move Berry, seconder Bedworth. Yeah. I just want to ask this question first. Is that correct? Does that go to Mr Greer? Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. In terms of, pardon me, the club's timing, look, I think perfect world for the club would be to start the work after Anzac Day. The feedback from the club, and I don't want to get too far into discussions that are the internal workings of the club, because that's obviously sensitive, but I think their preference is after Anzac Day. They didn't want to have disruption, or particularly on Anzac Day itself, which is such a major event for the club and the local community. In terms of the timing, I think that there's probably two things with the club. The works, obviously, yes, starting after Anzac Day. It's only about 8 weeks from 1st of July, so it's quite close. My discussions, to be frank, with the club have been mixed on that point. My impression at times has been that they're comfortable with waiting, and then there's probably been times where they're probably less comfortable with waiting, and that may have flowed through to what's been put forward this evening. But you're correct, it's about 8 weeks apart. That is what we're suggesting.
Councillor Berry, would you like to speak to this? We're doing what is part 2 on the proposed amendment, but that is the actual amendment, which is requesting administration to release $299,000 to the Quinns Rock Sports Club in funding support upgrades of the toilet facilities by the end of March 2026. End of March 2026, allowing time for administration to review the contract signed between the club and the builder, noting that this listing arises from the resolution from Council item number MN050525, resolved at the August 2025 Council meeting. I do note that the March 2026, it doesn't sit in line with Anzac Day, but anyway, I'll let you speak to that, Councillor Berry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The club has had various conversations with administration. There has been some, I believe, confusion on both parts. However, the club was sent an email from administration on Thursday, January the 29th at 1:42 in the afternoon, and it did refer to the tender decision and administration asking the club for the final contract, insurances and certificates for the contractor, and a breakdown of the funding allocation. The club took that to get the final contract. They had to sign the final contract. So they've done that. They've paid their first instalment, and they've put themselves, I guess, in a predicament where if we do not give them the funding and they do not go ahead and build the toilet block, they will have to refund to the state government the contribution they've had from the state government. Administration here say that the club would only lose 33,900. That's a little bit incorrect. The club has also spent 30,000 on top of that for their architect drawings. Their builder is ready to go. And rightly, the committee is now worried that if it gets pushed into another year's budget, they may not get this money. And we did commit at the OCM in August last year to review this in the mid-year budget review, and council hasn't really been given much opportunity to review the mid-year budget review. We've just been given reports and not had much input into it. So I don't really want the club in the position they're in. They don't want to be in the position they're in. They've gone out, done everything the city's asked of them, so I would really appreciate if everybody would support the club in what we agreed last year, and the funding request from them is now significantly lower. So if you could support it, it'd be brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you. I just, before Councillor Bedworth speaks to it, I just have a question. Is the state, do you know through Ms Harrison if the state funding is under threat or if it can be extended at all? Because that is a crucial thing as well. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd have to refer to the feedback the club has given me in that respect, and on a number of occasions they have indicated the funds from the state, which I think is about $124,000, need to be used in the current term of government. So not pre-30 June, not immediately post-30 June, but in the term of government.
Councillor Berry. Councillor Bedworth. Sorry.
I won't add anything to what Councillor Berry's already said, Mayor. Thank you. She's articulated everything very nicely.
Do I have any speakers against this? Questions? Is it? Oh, well, Councillor Figg had his. Is that a question, Councillor Figg?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm referring to page 14 of the report where it speaks to the Queen's Rock Sports Club toilet and bathroom facilities. There's a line in the second paragraph of that section which refers to if any funding should be required in current financial year, FY 25-26, it is proposed that a budget be allocated via an upcoming financial activity statement report. Is it correct to assume that if the club is in need, whether it's due to contract requirements or federal government funding requirements, that the city is in a position that it could provide funding to the project should it be required within this financial year?
Mr Greer.
Thank you, Mayor. I might just see if either the CFO or the CEO would prefer to comment just before I add anything further.
Bimsara.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, it is possible to bring it to Council through one of the future financial activity statement, if need be.
Mr Greer.
Thank you, Mayor. And the other point I would add is that would be at a time where the city would have had a chance to check the contract, be comfortable with the terms, and it may be appropriate at that stage if the club was needing a portion of the payment, a progress payment, so to speak. It could be done in that way rather than necessarily the whole $299,000. So that would be something the city could consider with its finance section.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor C.
Thank you. I'm going to ask my question, but I'm not sure there's a point in asking the question, seeing as this was a resolution of council in August. So it shouldn't really be in front of us. But my question is to administration. Did the club request administration to assist with their tender decision? And I have a follow-up, please.
Mr Greer.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the question. The club asked the city for some input as to the tender because it's not something that the club ordinarily does. Again, not wanting to go too far into conversations with the club, administration had to be quite careful in the feedback it could provide because ultimately it's going to be the club's own independent decision on who we can't recommend one party or another. The club needs to do its own due diligence, and that obviously was completed during January.
Thank you, Councillor.
Does administration know, did the club award the tender before or after they received administration's reply?
Mr Greer.
Thank you, Mayor. I think at the time that the email that Councillor Berry is referring to was sent, the club was still working through its final processes around approvals, if I recall. So it had probably formed a view, but the committee was still pending sort of final decision on the successful party, and then obviously it would still need to go through a contract sign off at its end, and then signing the contract. So there's still a number of steps still to go.
Any other questions, councillors? Deputy Mayor Miles.
Yeah, just to clarify, following on from Councillor Fick's question to Binsara, with the funding required, which is 299 or thereabouts, the club needs those funds by the end of March. The mid-year review obviously only takes us up to the 31st of December. Does that mean the CFO, the Chief Executive Officer, the Finance Officer, is suggesting that he can place that $300,000 in the February or March activity statement, financial statement?
Bimsara.
Thank you, Mayor. So this additional funding requirement for the club, 299,000, has not been included in the mid-year review numbers. So if we were to fund this, so that is the additional funding requirement that we need to find.
I think, Bimsara, what Deputy Mayor Miles was saying was that would the funding be able to be found in our February financial activities statement if it's not in the mid-year review? Is that correct, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, that's correct. That's following on from what the answer he gave Councillor Fick.
Thank you, Mayor, for the clarification. So February, I doubt we can find that money. We'll have to reprioritize some things in the upcoming, so because for the February we have only couple of days left.
Deputy Mayor Miles?
Yeah. That sort of doesn't. Yeah, you might have already done February, but in the motion it talks about March, and on page 14, administrations wrote that that an allocation funding as part of the draft 26 capital works budget, if any funding should be required in the current financial year, it is proposed that a budget be allocated via the upcoming financial activity statement report. So which one of those reports is our finance officer saying that he can include it in, or is this something that Director Singh? No, it's nothing to do with Director Singh, or somebody needs to put it into that financial activity statement. So I'm assuming it's either Paul Greer or I'm trying to work out who's going to put it in that statement.
Mr. CEO will help us.
Thank you.
Ms. Harrison, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I'm going to go. So thank you, Deputy Mayor, for your question, and you are correct. The documents that have been prepared tonight are up to the 31st of December. What has transpired since then are numerous things. I think the CFO's concern is that we are currently preparing the February financial activity statement. He's a little bit concerned that there's not enough time to prepare that documentation. But if Council was of the view to not support the amendment tonight, I think there would need to be a fair bit of effort applied on the city's behalf to go back and have a look at that February statement to see potentially what capacity there is so that Council can consider that documentation in March. So, Councillors, you'd be aware the mid-year budget review isn't the only time you get the opportunity to change the budget. We're constantly coming to you every month and saying we need 10 million here, we take 10 million off. It's constantly a cash flow discussion. So this isn't your only chance.
Councillor Parker.
Hi, could I just confirm? Thank you, Mayor. Could I just confirm, sorry, they don't need the money physically by the end of March. All they want is a guarantee that they will get the money so that they can go ahead with the signing, etc. But they're not physically going to need the 300,000 by the end of March. Could I just confirm that?
Ms Greer.
Thank you, Mayor. That's our understanding as well.
Councillor Wright, do you have a question, Councillor Wright?
No, Glenys just cleared it up. I was so confused what was going on. I think I just almost felt like I was off. So, no, Glenys cleared that up very clearly.
Okay, now I've got to work out where I'm at. Do I have any speakers against this item? This is number 2 only. Deputy Mayor Miles.
I just want to clarify, because I do not want this club to have to be concerned about funding. And I know there's been some meetings happened yesterday. I wasn't at. If item 2 doesn't succeed, how do we request administration to put that funding in place for the March? That's what I'm trying to get over. I need some clarity. How is administration going to take that direction from council when we haven't got that on us?
Mr CEO.
Thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor. We don't want to let the club down either. We know this is an incredibly important project. We deal with clubs all day, every day. We want to see this project completed as everyone else does. Essentially, council's got 2 options in front of it. It can support the amendment that's been put forward by Councillor Berry, which is essentially adjusting the mid-year budget review by another $300,000 and dealing with it tonight, or potentially you can deal with it during the consideration of a financial activity statement into the future. But, you know, the city administratively isn't going to sit on its hands and just let a club struggle and suffer. We will do what we can to ensure that that club is supported and they have the funding to complete their project if that's council's will.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against this item? Councillor Parker, you have a question?
Could we change the wording to reflect that even though we haven't got it budgeted in the mid-year budget, that the club has that, I just don't know how to, how I can change that to make sure that the club knows that they can go ahead in safety. We know that it's going to come and that we could put it in a budget in the future.
So your suggestion is the city guarantee the funding for this project. Correct. So the recommendation would be the city guarantees the funding for this project, and it will be supplied as progress payments are needed with the contractor. How does that sound? What do you think, Councillor Berry, about that?
I'm quite happy to just change it. Request administration to guarantee the club will get the 299,000. They can work that out when they've read the contract and know what the stage payments are, which I think was part of the issue. The contract has only just come through. So if we could just put, to guarantee the release of the funds, that would be great.
And so there's nothing about the mid-year review. We just do a guarantee to release the funds. Yes. Okay. So, yep. So, councillors, we are at 11 o'clock and we need a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30. So, moved Councillor Wright, seconded Councillor Smith. Do I have any speakers against it? Councillors, cast your vote to extend the meeting to 11:30. Who? I don't know. Sir, thank you for staying this long for our meeting. We just decided you probably deserved a medal. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Figg was, yeah. So, councillors, we have 1, 2, 3 items left on the agenda, just so that you're aware of that after we finish this item. And I keep on looking at that clock up there and it's wrong, and instead of looking at my watch. That's an operational matter, the clocks, I think, isn't it? Okay, councillors, can we please, and girls working hard in the bio box, can we have the new...
So it's just that bit. That's Councillor Berry. It's your wording.
Can we put guarantee in point 2?
I don't know.
That's what you wanted.
So we put guarantees the allocation of 209. Yeah, here we go. In capital letters. Are you happy with the capitals? So we're voting on part 2. That is the proposed alternative guarantees the allocation of 299,000 in the 2025 or 2026, or will it be? It'll be this year, financial year for the Quinns Rock Sports Club toilet upgrades, and instructs administration to make appropriate budget amendments as part of forthcoming financial activity statements. Are you happy with that, Councillor Berry? Yes. Are you happy with that, Councillor Bedworth? Do we have any speakers against? Okay, Councillor Berry, I think we can probably go for the vote, please, on item 2, that bit that's highlighted. So let's cast our vote on that. Okay, so that was passed unanimously. We now, that's passed unanimously according to my stage. We now go to part 1 and part 2 combined. And do I have a mover and seconder for that? Oh, that's still Councillor Berry, so that's 2 parts. So do you... Miles and Huntley did that. Okay. So, Councillor Miles, do you want to speak to it? Councillor Huntley, do you want to speak to it? Any speakers against? No, we're voting on 1 and 2 together. Okay. Any speakers against? Okay. Councillors, cast your vote on 1 and 2 together of the proposed alternative. And there's 1 councillor against, Councillor Parker, Councillor Coetzee. Where are you? Yeah, but you haven't voted yet. And Councillor Berry, you haven't voted yet. Okay, so we had 3 against, 1 and 2 together, which is Councillor Rowe, Councillor Berry, Councillor Parker. We had 9 supporting, which was myself, Councillor Steve, Councillor Huntley, Councillor Miles, Councillor Bedworth, Councillor Smith, Councillor Figg, Councillor Coetzee and Councillor Wright. We now go to MN 060226. Councillor Miles, do you have a seconder for your motion? Councillor Huntley. Okay. So, Councillor Miles, would you like to speak to this?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a quick one. As it was indicated earlier this year, we've got 80 meetings this year. The WTCAG was established as per the report way back in 2004. In fact, I actually was on it for a little while. And it was there under the pre-planning and obviously the delivery of the current town site. And it has been around for some time, as it says in the report. However, we now have to update our precinct plan for the town centre. And as part of that, we need to change the terms of reference to include some of the work that this particular group does, not only through our planning department, but obviously through our town teams, talks and all of those groups, as well as getting in some of the town centre business owners. So we are delivering a revitalised area while planning going forward. We can't be doing, as it says in the report, this silo sort of stuff. We've got a group here and a group there and another group somewhere else. So the idea is to compile them together, re-advertise, do the terms of reference, then re-advertise and get some engagement from some of the local businesses on board, as we always want. Councillors, this is purely just to tidy up a couple of different committees that we had left over from previously, and I ask that you support.
Do we have any speakers against this? Okay, so councillors, cast your vote, please. The seconder is Councillor Huntley. Oh, sorry, Jackie. Councillor Seif and Councillor Smith. Councillor Smith?
I can't ask a question now, can I?
No. Okay, the motion on notice is passed. There were 8 supporting and 4 against. Those against were myself, Councillor Rowe, Councillor Bedford and Councillor Smith. Those supporting the motion on notice was Councillor Seif, Councillor Huntley, Councillor Miles, Councillor Figg, Councillor Coetzee, Councillor Parker, Councillor Berry and Councillor Wright. We now go to CE 030226, appointment of delegate to Mindarie Regional Council. Oh, we need a mover and seconder to accept this as an urgent business. Do I have a mover? To accept it as urgent business. Councillor Bedworth, seconder Councillor Seif. Can we have a vote to accept this as urgent business, item CEO 30226? And that is passed unanimously. So we need a mover and seconder to appoint the delegate to Mindarie Regional Council for the month of March. And there's Councillor Wright's put an alternate in to have the person who is the a deputy delegate is actually for any case when Councillor Bedworth or Councillor Wright is not available, so that we don't have to bring this back to council every time. So there, and it's the alternative appoints Deputy Mayor Paul Miles as the deputy delegate to attend in either case of Councillor Wright or Councillor Bedworth not being able to attend.
Sorry, Mayor, that's not correct. Only
sorry.
for the MRC doesn't allow for a deputy to cover both delegates. It needs to be 2 separate people.
Okay, so we need a deputy to cover.
If I may,
Councillor Bedworth.
if I may
It's
speak.
just, it looks like you've got Councillor Jordan Wright or Councillor Bedworth, and then up the top here you've got Councillor Phil Bedworth.
Yeah, it looks like there's some typos, Mayor, and
Yeah.
there's some wording missing in the top one as well.
Yeah,
Two
I'm not
separate
sure
people.
what's happened because that's different from the version I've submitted. So the second point should be removing Councillor Phil Bedworth. It should be just for myself. So I'm not sure who's added that in, but that was not me.
And the first amendment should also say, in the absence of Councillor Phil Bedworth, comma, as necessary, as it does in the one below it, because it currently reads as if it's a total replacement.
Yeah, so a version was circulated to Madonna, and I did email again to confirm that that has been displayed.
So how are we going to get the correct one?
Point 2.
And then point 2, getting rid of all Councillor Phil Bedworth.
And so we need someone to nominate for that part 1, the part 2.
It'll be easy, I promise. I'm on the track for 100% attendance.
Okay, so who is nominating to be councillor? Paul's already. Okay, so that's Councillor Berry. Anyone else nominating? Because if not, it'll go to Councillor Berry. So, as written on the screen, is everyone agreed with that motion on notice? And are you agreed with that as well, Councillor Wright? So, Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to this? Councillor Bedworth, would you like to speak to this?
No, thank you, Mayor. I think it speaks for itself.
Anyone against? If no one's against, could we please cast our vote, councillors? And that is passed unanimously with the councillors that are in the building. We now go to CRO 1, which we have to go through confidential. So I need a mover and seconder to go to confidential. So moved Councillor Huntley, seconded Councillor Coetzee. Could you please cast your vote? That is passed unanimously, and I declare the doors closed at 23:21. The doors are reopened at 23:23. So that was 2 minutes. Okay. As to item CR 01226, the proposed acquisition of land from lot 15248 Nangara Road, Council 1 approved the acquisition of a 288 metre squared estimate subject to survey portion of lot 15248 Nangara Road, Lansdale, identified in the administration report from FTAD Delegates Proprietary Limited, ACN 660-122-172, and FTHD Delegates Proprietary Limited, ACN 660-125-619 at the agreed land acquisition amount for dedication as road reserve. 2, authorises A, the Chief Executive Officer or a nominee of the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate terms, execute all documentation and comply with all applicable legislation as is required to effect item 1 above, and B, the Chief Executive Officer to execute the contract of sale and any other associated documentation between the City and FTAD Delegates Proprietary Limited, ACN 660-122-172, and FTHD Delegates Proprietary Limited, ACN 660-125-619 to effect item 1 above, and 3, approves by absolute majority the unbudgeted expenditure for the payment of the agreed land acquisition amount plus costs and fees to acquire the land required as road reserve, as shown in the table in the administration report, to be from Town Planning Scheme number 5 funds. Proposed acquisition we have done. For and against it was passed unanimously with 12 councillors supporting it. Item 13, date of the next meeting. The next council members' agenda briefing has been scheduled for 6 p.m, 10th of March 2026 to be at Council Chamber, Civic Centre, 23 Dundebar Road, Wanneroo. Thank you for your attendance, and I now declare the ordinary council meeting closed at 23:25. Thank you, councillors.